Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and take pass less from the kickoff to the final whistles blow. We'll take the two and we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we bring out our best. No serious analysis, no expert critiques, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. We'll wave the road, from sideline jokes to post-match tales, all the big goofs and their big fails. We're not so serious, and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our steins. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporting crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Oh, wasted world of sports, here's to our cheer. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer. Yeah!
Wasted world of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack.
Ahoy!
He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
West to World of Sports, ahoy. How's everybody doing? Welcome along. ANZAC Day triple header. I mean, strap yourself in, as they say, and get ready for 3 quality games. I mean, they might not necessarily set the world alight. They might not necessarily be a glowing endorsement of the game of rugby league, but I do think they're going to be fun. We're just observing the minute's silence for ANZAC Day, of course. The last post. ANZAC Day, of course, and the moment's silence. It always makes it very awkward for a live streamer when you want to pay your respects and you want to do the silence as well, but at the same time, you're doing a live stream. Radio silence is a very bad thing on a live stream, of course. So it makes it very awkward. Sky Finks, ahoy, mate. Who did I bet? The Roosters or the Dragons? I flipped a coin, and I went with the Roosters. Literally tossed a coin. That's how close I believe this game's going to be. I've got Sloan. Hang on. Where's my multi? Let's bring that up. I've got Sloan. I've got Billy Smith. I've got Kyle Flanagan. And I've got a combo with Marky Mark, Nwanga Tuase, and Angus Crichton. Bring it on. Lots of tries, high-scoring game. We want to see overs in this one. DJ Shaq, ahoy, mate. How are you doing? It's just a shame about the timing of these games. I really would have loved to have jumped over and done some of the Super Rugby today, but the times are just disjointed. Really painful, the zigzagging between the games. So I decided that I may as well buckle down and do all 3 rugby league games. So just for example, like this one kicks off now, say, in a couple of minutes. This one kicks off, and then 5 o'clock, which is not quite the end of this game, the rugby union starts. And then at 6 o'clock, the next NRL game is, which means the Super Rugby game would still be doing. Not that I'm that particularly fussed about missing the Warriors versus Knights, to be perfectly honest, brutally honest. I'm not all that fussed about that game in particular, but still, it does make for an awkward scenario, the zigzagging between all the games. As we have anthems, of course, national anthems for the ANZAC Day clash. Should be a good game, this one. Dom Young. Dom Young has been dropped from the side. He makes way, which means that the Roosters' edge defense theoretically should be a bit stronger today, which is kind of why I'm leaning towards them, despite the fact that I did toss the coin to figure out who I was going to go for. I did ultimately decide that we would run with the Dragons. I mean, Roosters. Good Lord. It's game 1 that I haven't even got myself together. Geordie Aussie, ahoy, mate. This reminds me of an episode of Seinfeld. Has anyone seen that episode of Seinfeld where Kramer takes place in that charity walk and they hand out the ribbons that you wear when you're part of the charity walk? And he's like, well, I don't want to wear the ribbon. I'm still participating. I'm still taking part in this event, but I don't want to wear the ribbon. The same. I can pay my respects without a rosemary sprig or a poppy. There's the flyover, and kickoff will commence very, very shortly. Teddy Tedesco. I should have played the Teddy song. What I should have done. Emmanuel Vinson. Ahoy, mate. Reckons the Dragons have got this. Matty Colkin, ahoy, mate. How are you going today? Oh, we're in for a good night, I reckon. I mean, 3 games back-to-back. Have I seen Melbourne's ANZAC jersey? No, I haven't really. Until they run out on the field, I will not have seen it. Josh24 says Dragons on top. You know what? I love the fact that the Dragons are doing so well. I really do. I love that they're doing so good because I picked them at the start of the season. I picked them to make the 8. I think Shane Flanagan's really recruited very well. And they've got a good team there, the Dragons. I've just got this feeling about the Roosters, though. They've found the right balance. It's taken them some time, yes, but they've got the right balance now. Marky Mark Nwanga Tawase out there on the wing, I think, is a much better option than Dom Young's just lost his way a little bit. Doesn't make Dom Young a bad player. He'll be right for the rest. Mark O'Brien, ahoy, mate. This will be a close but good game, as long as the bunker keeps their noses out of it. Yes, the bunker. You know what I think needs to go? The 6 agains need to disappear. I was talking about it last night. Let's honestly just go back to traditional old school penalties. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't think it's broken, or I don't think it was broken. It's broken now. The 6 agains, in my opinion, are leading to quite a few blowout scores or potential blowout scores. Matty Calkins says, I wonder how many players the Bears can get. The ultimate question, right? Expansion. Have they expanded too quick? PNG have obviously already got a built-in player base. But the Bears, of course, that's a completely different beast. Oh, moments away from kickoff. Who have we got? Chat room, who have we tipped? This is going to be such a good one. 2 teams that will perhaps be battling it out on the fringe of the 8. An early kickoff here on ANZAC Day, and it's the Roosters with first use of it. And who better to run it up than Spencer Leniu? That's who you want running from the back fence. Matty Colkin's got the Bears. I'm sorry, that's the earlier chat. Dragons, Warriors, Storm. Drizzy Goat, Dragons by 10, Warriors by 16, Storm by 20. Lots of aggression early up, as you would expect. This will have a semi-final feel to it, this game. Tedesco now space out to the right for the Roosters. Toya steps back in field. Flick pass to Marky Mark. Back in field for Savala. And that's the 5th and last 20 out. Great opening set here from the Rooster. Marky Mark slots into dummy half. And it's with Sandon Smith for the crossfield kick. It's been batted back by the Roosters. Still play on. And Billy Smith is over the sideline and into touch. And a lot of tension. Push and shove on the sideline. Bring back the biff. Nice and early. Fabulous start from the Roosters, though. Got themselves all the way down to the other end of the field. Robert Toya, the step, taking on Val Holmes. Wow, what a start. They're fighting like the Anzacs, says Geordie Aussie. Oh, it's going to be a tense old game. Well, I love it. I'm here for it. Bring it on. Tony R, ahoy, mates. You just changed your tip to the Chooks. Oh, from the Chooks to the Dragons. Hope it doesn't bite you in the bum. Well, fingers crossed, hey. In all honesty, look, I've tipped the Roosters in this one. Coin flip. Legitimate coin flip. But as I said at the top of the stream, I've backed the Dragons to do well this year. So I will have no problem whatsoever if they get the win. Ains Stainton, ahoy, mate. And Matty Colkin is off to the AFL tonight. Enjoy that, Matty. AFL is a much better game live than it is to watch on TV, in my opinion, as the Dragons put the kick down at the end of their set, not making anywhere near as many meters as the Roosters did. Of course, Dan Jam, ahoy, mate. Bright and early here on the Wasted Water Sports. 3 games, back to back to back. And the idea is I'm just going to stay live for all 3. But we'll see how I go. Scorpio 69, ahoy, mates. 40 out from the line here, the Roosters. 2.5 gone. They've certainly thrown most of the attack early on in the game. Billy Smith now onto Tupou. Steps back in field. Flick pass for Sandon Smith. I've picked the wrong Smith. I went Billy. It's Sandon who gets the first try. And the Roosters lead at 4-0. What a start. the Roosters have just clicked into gear. And it's amazing what a couple of switches in the team lineup can do. I mean, we saw it last night. No Reece Walsh. Selwyn Cobbo had a blinder. Dominic Young, who wasn't performing, replaced with Marky Mark. And suddenly this attack is just looking really, really fluent. Not something that we've seen from the Roosters so far this season. Yeah, catch you later, Matty. Have a good day. Should be a good time. I've said it a few times over the course of the streams. AFL, much better game to actually be at the stadium and witness live. You get to see a whole bunch of stuff you don't normally see in the TV broadcast. Geordie Aussie wants to know when the next cricket stream will be. Yeah, very hard to know, isn't it? I don't want to say anything because if I say something and then it doesn't happen, then I feel bad. Sandon Smith to convert his own try. Puts this one over. And it's 6 points to 0. Roosters, what a start. Michelle, ahoy. Multi off to a good start. Now, I just want to find out, are you sure? Because I know how you go with player names. It was definitely Sandon and not Billy. I just want to make sure. Sandon, okay. Good. I got Billy. Billy Walsh-Smith Jones. Back underway. 6-0, Roosters lead. A lot of tension out there early. A lot of emotion, as you would probably expect. The Anzac Day clash. Hot Billy. Who's the hot Billy? Billy Slater. See, I always knew that you kind of liked him secretly. Kind of like in school, like a kind of like in school when you were young, and like the way that we used to tell a girl that we liked her would be like throw sand in her face or something. I understand now why you throw so much shade at Billy Slater as Tedesco finds some space. And the Roosters are on a roll here. This is very reminiscent of last night and what we saw from the Broncos. A red-hot start and momentum very hard to stem. Connor Watson back in field. 30 metres out. Right in midfield. Inside ball for Spencer Leniu. 20 from the line now. Tackles up their sleeve. They had a set restart in amongst that. Silvala out to the right is Tedesco up in the line. And running right off his shoulder, Siu Wong fights his way towards the line. Just a metre short. They're going to go in again here, the Roosters, for sure. Silvala out the back to Smith, and it's off the hands of Moses Suli. Sloan picks it up in open space, but it's been a knock on. And they've got 6 more tackles now, the Roosters, assuming that they get this scrum right. Angus Crichton was having none of that from Kyle Flanagan. Oh, it was Lockie Ilias, actually. Still, the little half, the big bad Angus Crichton. "20 metres out, right in front of the posts. And here come the Roosters again. To the right they go. Smith to Tedesco. Henry, ahoy mate, first try scorer of the match. And for the Roosters, Sandon Smith. Sandon. Not Billy, unfortunately. Tackle 2, 10 out. And that was Sandon Smith again, looking for a double. Watson, the slightly no-look pass to Nafahu White. A metre short. Watson to Smith. And Savala crunched in the tackle. Now that ball's loose again. This time it's play on. Well, for the time being, it is anyway. And racing away with it, Sione Finau. Sione Finau will score, but there'll be a lot to look at, I should imagine. Well, that is how you wrestle momentum back. Mr. Ed's dead. Ahoy, mates. How are you over there on the Facebook Live? Huge hit there on Hugo Savala. The ball spills free, exactly like the last play. This time, though, no touch from the Roosters. And it's looking like this try will stand. Away they go. Boy, did they need that, because the Roosters were just rolling. Rock my balls. Ahoy, mate. Mr. Ed's dead. Over there on Facebook and Twitch. Try confirmed. 6-4, but it's been all Roosters. That's crazy. That would have to be deflating confidence-wise. Surely knocks you around. Conversion from right beside the post should be a simple one here for Val Holmes. And we'll be all locked up at 6-all. There we go. Val Holmes pops it over. 6 apiece. 9 minutes gone. Well, I did say at the top of the stream there will likely be a lot of tries. And it certainly looks like that's what we're in for. If the Roosters are in this sort of mindset, I wonder if that just puts them back in their shell a little bit, so to speak. The Roosters now, they've tried the expansive play. It worked once. Didn't work out so much the second time. Do they just sort of shut up shop a little bit? As David Clemmer takes the first hit up. 6-all, 9 minutes gone. Dragons bring it outside their 10-meter line. DeBellin, he's been immense the past few weeks. Can he keep up his form? .30 out, Gutherson. Nice strong carry in midfield. 5th and last. Inside their own 40, though. And down the short side for Ilias to clear. Taken on the full at the back. And Tupou winds up, gets those long legs pumping. Victor Radley, slow to get back. He's just walking back into place. Well, why not? He'll be behind the ball in a couple of plays. 18% possession for the Dragons. See, for the Roosters, I suppose, they just have to look at it and reset and go. It's almost like starting over again, right? It's back to 0-all, essentially. Crichton offloads back for Sandon Smith. Okay, they haven't shut up shop. Nafahu White in midfield, inside the 40. Last tackle. They go right. Savala puts it high. Contestable kick. Roosters are pouring through, putting pressure on. Lost by the Dragons. Savala has it. 6 again, but he kicks. He didn't hear the call, and he puts the kick in. Gutherson has to make a play at it, and Gutherson will be swamped and tackled. Lucky there for Hugo Savala. He obviously didn't hear the call of 6 again. Crazy. We've seen that from a few players. either not hearing the call or deciding to take the option. As Gutherson goes short with the restart. It's a little too heavy. It wasn't really short. It wasn't really deep. Tedesco takes it and heads back towards midfield. Just waiting for my Waz to play for your bets. You got Smith, try, Marky Mark, try, and Tupou. Very nice. That's a nice three-leg multi there. Smith, assuming that it was Sandon. Billy still to come. Here's Sandon Smith again. Short ball off the shoulder to Crichton. Couple of meters out. Angus Crichton threatening that try line. He's in my multi. From dummy half. Trying to fight his way over the line. Fifth and last. Innocent anglerfish, ahoy. Sandon Smith, crossfield kick. It's in the end goal, so, well taken at the back there by the try scorer, Sione Finau. 7 tackle set incoming. They got that wrong there, the Roosters. Horribly wrong. 6 all it remains, 12 and a half gone. Holmes beats one. Mr. Edstead says go, multi-go. Cook finds space. Damien Cook back to his best. I don't think that he will threaten for an Origin jersey unless there's just a multitude of injuries. But Damien Cook is back to his threatening best, taking on the line, finding space. Gutherson, he's got a new lease of life here in the Red V. They're looking good. Good looking side. I did pick them on the fringe of the 8. Fifth and last, Ilias. From 35 out, puts it high into the corner. Tupou. Why kick to Tupou? Can somebody explain to me why teams keep putting high balls to Daniel Tupou? Crazy stuff. At WST, I'll tell you who I've got coming up next in my multi. I have 3 legs in the next game as the Roosters get a penalty. High contact there. And this will be a nice little piggyback upfield. So I've gone Greg Marju because I do think that the Knights will get at least 1 try tonight. Greg Marju, Alasima, and Rocco Berry. Because teams are just absolutely mincing the Knights through the centres. And I think that brings Rocco Berry into play. Just in case anyone thought Rocco Berry's inclusion in my multi seemed random. There's method to the madness. So we'll see. Roosters off the back of that piggyback penalty. A 30 out now with numbers to the right. And that's exactly where Smith goes. Savala onto Toya. Steps back in field, but he's cut down. 20 out from the line. Smith to White. Big, strong carry from Nafahu White. Oh, he's been immense. They stay on the short side. Sandon Smith, grubber kick into the end goal. And it's just battered dead. Goal line dropout. Rock my balls, unfortunately. No Super Rugby today. Just because of the, for example, this game starts at 4. The Super Rugby starts at 5. My time. This game will still be going. Gutherson goes short. Gets it better this time. 10 out from the line. Tedesco. Onto Siwa Wong. Nearly goes straight through. They're a metre short. They're all offside here, the Dragons. This should be 6 again. No call, though, from the referee as Angus Crichton heads back towards the post. Looks to offload. They surround him. 10 out. Bradley, out the back it goes for Smith. Inside to Billy Smith. That's the Smith I want. Cut out pass. Sets up nicely. And here's Marky Mark with the goose step. And Nwanga Tuase scores in the corner. And there is our first tick of the night. Marky Mark Nawangatuase. And the Roosters reclaim the lead. 10 points to 6. 16 minutes gone. Kick to come from the sideline. Billy Smith. I don't know that this pass was really intended, this bat on. But it certainly popped up nicely in the end for Marky Mark. The greatest, ahoy mate. Dragon 1 to 12, you reckon? At WST, lots of respect for the Chiefs, but I love my Crusaders. I adore my Crusaders. Big fan since back in the day, and back in the day for me is not to age myself, but back in the day for me was Andrew Mertens and Ruben Thorne, Aaron Major, Leon McDonald, UFC, ahoy mates. Michelle, 2 ticks off the multi already. Very nice. Who have you got left? From the sideline, Sandon Smith hooking this back, and it goes through. Conversion from the sideline successful. 12 points to 6. The Rooster. Hang on. Can I just see if my goofy sound effect is working? Nice. Nah, Michelle, Valentine Holmes is saving up all his tries for Origin. That's what he's doing. Yeah, he's saving up all his try scoring for State of Origin to put the hurt on New South Wales. Z-Tok, the third try scorer was Marky Mark Nawangatuase. 18 minutes gone, 12-6, Roosters lead. Your dad at WST says, my dad saying Crusaders have red if they make the finals. Oh, have refs if they make the finals. Up over halfway again, the Roosters. I tell you what, when they get momentum, they're very hard to stop. Victor Radley will play it on the 5th. They're 30 out from the Dragons line. Sandon Smith down the short side, puts it high. Contestable ball. Look at all the Roosters jumpers there. Gutherson spills it, and it's called a knock on. BTC, ahoy, mates. BTC says, I see the Chooks winning. When they get a little bit of momentum, they are looking crazy good. UFC's asking why they let Valentine Holmes go. He was one of their best. It can't be salary cap. Well, it would be salary cap because they probably wanted to put... Well, I don't know if they wanted him for starters. They've got some good young talent coming through. I don't think it would be a salary cap issue. Because they've got Murray Taulagi that they would have wanted to keep. I'm trying to think of players that would have been off contract around the same time. And hey, look, maybe Val did play so well because the Cowboys got Val cheap. They got Val dirt cheap initially. Maybe he played so well, he wanted a huge bump up. And maybe it was a bump up that only the Dragons could give him. Vagea AP. I hope I said that right. Vagea AP. Thank you very much for the 3 roses over there on TikTok. Cheers to that. Down the short side, the Roosters again. Tedesco, a perfect ball to Marky Mark. Fires it back in field. It's close to the sideline. It's batted back in field, and the Roosters have it, but they've lost about 30 metres. They are looking so dangerous here. White, especially, goes on a good run. We'll have to have a look at some point at the Cowboys roster and their salary cap. Who was coming up when Holmes was up? I'm very curious to know myself now. But yeah, they would have wanted to keep Drinkwater, Taulagi. Numbers here for the Roosters. Tedesco puts the grubber kick through, and it's been lost forward by Robert Toya. So close, yet so far. Roosters go quickly. Here's Sloan in a little bit of open space. Chopped down by Angus Crichton. What a tackle. As the Dragons now carry up towards halfway. 20 minutes gone. 12 points to 6. Call us AP to make it easier. Oh, bless you. I do try and say the full name, of course, but sometimes it's easier just to shorten. There's a little bit of space now for Dylan Egan. The Dragons are in territory here to make an attack. 30 out from the Roosters line. Ilias with the high ball. Again to Tupou. Batted back by the Dragons and lost forwards. Oh, first off the Roosters. First knock on by the Roosters. And that's a result for the Dragons. UFC says, DC, remember pre-season when I was talking about how good a $1.80 payout was for the Roosters to make the 8. Bit of egg on your face now. Why is that, UFC? You're not writing the Roosters off the 8, are you? I wouldn't be writing, honestly, I wouldn't be writing anybody completely out of the 8 just yet. It's early days. Nice flat pass there for Jaden Sewer. De Bellin now to Flanagan. Grubber kick in behind the line. And a perfectly positioned Marky Mark who gets away from a couple before he's held up in goal. Goal line dropout here for the Roosters. Marky Mark, Nawanga Tawase. See, Dom Young wouldn't have been there. Oh, the Eels, innocent anglerfish. Exactly. Even the Eels are a completely different team now that Mitch Moses is back. Yes, they're probably going to lose him for Origin, but yeah, I'm not writing. The competition is so close. This season is so close, especially in spots like 5 through to 15. I'm not writing anybody off in round 8. Game ML, ahoy! 20 metres out here, the Dragons. De Bellin, dummies, goes half the gap. And loses the ball, Jack De Bellin. But it's a penalty, is it? No, knock on by the Roosters. Was the first one by De Bellin? What's the referee's call here? Yeah, first knock on De Bellin, second knock on Rooster. AP says, agrees. Still no outright dominant side at the moment, especially with last night's results. $10 meters out, right in front of the post. 10 meters out from their own line, that is, of course. The Roosters with the scrum feed. Just me today, Game ML. For all 3, I'm just going to stay live. I figured there's no point in jumping off and then jumping on again, trying to set everything up. We'll just keep it running. Try scorers so far, Sandon Smith for the Roosters, first try scorer. Dragons hit back with Sione Finau. And then the Roosters pulled away again with Marky Mark Nawanga Tuase. Fifth and last, Savala on halfway. Puts the ball high. Taken on the full at the back. And Finau, the try scorer for the Dragons, will bring it back to the 20. At WST, yes, we'll be doing the Warriors Knights. And we'll be doing the Storm Rabbitohs. I'm excited for that game. As the Dragons put on a shift, Sloan, don't get too close to the sideline, mate. Dangerous stuff. Out to the 40 now on play 3. Ah, yes, Game of Mel. You popped up in my people you may know suggestion, so I thought, what the hell? Now, I don't know how Facebook figured that we may know each other, but screw it, right? Bugger it. Fifth and last. Here's Holmes. They're going to run at the Dragons. No. Dylan Egan puts the kick through, and his kicking duties will immediately be revoked as it goes straight to Tedesco, and his athletically sized ass runs it back to the 25. Roosters ball. Now, what was I on about? I don't remember. Storm, Rabbitohs. I'm really looking forward to that game. I've picked the Storm. I don't think they will have it all their own way, though. Latrell Mitchell back to fullback. Jai Gray taking over the number 6 from an injured Cody Walker. Cody Walker's been out of form horribly. Jai Gray at 6, I'm very excited to see. He could take everyone by surprise. Fifth and last, Roosters put the kick up. Gutherson, Mr. Reliable there at the back. A little upright when he went into contact there. Lucky to not get driven backwards. As Dylan says, let's go, Mighty Dragons. $20 out from their own line, the Mighty Dragons. Hopefully, I can stay awake for all games. Game ML. Quite frankly, this is a big, big undertaking. 3 games, back to back to back, no break. Fifth and last, Ilias puts the kick in from halfway, straight down the gullet of Tedesco. And Tedesco returns it, bumps off one, goes through a gap. Tedesco up to the 40. Oh, that's a great kick return. Bounce pass there, unintentional, of course, to Siu Wong. And over halfway. Blake Steep will play it. Roosters through Tedesco now. Flat pass to Savala. And, oh, he's lost the ball. Well, Hugo Savala, he's not having one of his best nights out. He had a fantastic debut, but you always get that little bit of a snap back to reality, don't you? These young players, they come through, they've definitely got the goods. But you've just got to deal with that little smash back to reality every now and then. It's fine. He'll be fine. Still a good player. Still better than Chad Townsend. Is Damien Cook? Damien Cook's leaving the field. Oh, Cookie's off. I wonder if that's for HIA. Or if he's just off for a rest. Here comes Jacob Little anyway. I didn't put Jacob Little in my multi. I was going to, but I thought he wouldn't see enough game time. And here he is, 28 minutes in. Penrith Garb says, do you think Melbourne will win? I do think they will. I do think so. What is it? Melbourne and Souths. There's some ridiculous, like, as a penalty now to the Dragons. Penalty Dragons. Melbourne have won each of their last 16 matches following a loss. That's not really the one that I'm thinking of. I feel like the Rabbitohs have just not really won in Melbourne. I could be wrong about that. There's some ridiculous stat like that. The Rabbitohs just don't go well here. Let's have a look. At this wins at this venue, 0. So there you go. In 12 attempts, South Sydney have never won at Amy Park. 12 matches, 12 defeats. 10 meters out from the line here, the Dragons. Ilias, cut out ball to Sully. Tunnel balls between his legs, but it's been called a knock on. Called a knock on. Penrith Garb, I'll go for the Sharks. DJ Shack says Emre Guler is the first player in NRL history with Turkish heritage to play in an Anzac Day derby. There you go. And they've spilt the ball here, the Dragons. Marky Mark comes away with it, and Marky Mark's away. Does he have the pace? Val Holmes is tracking him down. Gutherson's tracking him down, and Gutherson puts on a big try-saving tackle. 20 metres out from the try line, but Marky Mark's gone almost the length of the field. They have numbers to the left. Sandon Smith hooks back right. And a penalty now to the Roosters because the Dragons are a mile offside. Oh, he's lost it. The Dragons dropping the ball cold. And Marky Mark a fend on Valentine Holmes, and away he went. From inside his own 20, a try-saving tackle from Gutherson. Otherwise, Marky Mark had the pace. Ooh, do they take the 2 here? Do they take the 2? Fair way out. They are taking the 2. Sandon Smith is happy to step up and look to give the Roosters an 8-point advantage. It's not the easiest kick, but it's certainly not difficult, if that makes sense. He could fluff this, but I wouldn't expect him to. 20 meters out. Probably a good 10 meters to the right of the post. Should be fairly stock standard play. 8 minutes to go till the break. Put yourselves out by 8. It's the right call, I think, in what should be a tense, close battle. Smith puts it right down the middle. And the Roosters lead this 14 points to 6. WST has Melbourne 13 plus, Xavier Coates 2 plus, and Paps with 1 try. Oh, Emmanuel, welcome to the stands, my friend. Thank you so much. Channel membership, Emmanuel Vincent. Very much appreciate that, mate. It's funny, I was just talking to Michelle before the stream, and I said we really need to start doing just once a month. Just once a month, have a members-only night. Members-only live stream where we can just talk about all kinds of random sporting bollocks. But thank you very much, Emmanuel. Welcome to the Wasted World of Sports VIP family. 14 points to 6, 7 to go until halftime. Damien Cook is officially undergoing HIA. There you go. I wondered why he was leaving the field. Assumed it was for HIA. We can say officially HIA Category 2. (14-6). 6 minutes to go till the break. Slow play the ball here for the Roosters. 40 out from their own line. A nice little wrap around here. Out the back to Tedesco. Penrith Garb, yes, we'll be doing the Melbourne game as well, mate. Fifth and last. Smith, straight down the middle of the field. Gutherson's under it. Brings it back. Gutherson out to the 20. Met by a wall of Roosters kick chasers. And very slow to get back here, the Dragons. Finau, their only try scorer so far. Magic round next weekend. Jeez, there you go. That came up quick. Jacob Little from dummy half. Not the same impact as Cookie. When Damien Cook finds half a gap around some lazy markers there. No offense to Jacob Little. As I said, I would have had him in my multi if I figured he'd get this much game time. Fifth and last, the high ball. And Tupou's under it. Nice and easy take under no kick chase pressure. And he brings it back outside the 20. I've got the feeling the Roosters here have just dialed it down. And they're happy to take this into the halftime break with their 8 points. Me, on the other hand, I would like to see them keep the pressure on here. Keep attacking. As Marky Mark takes it up towards the halfway. Vincent Spears music. Oi. How are you, mate? Couple of tackles left. And a nice... Oh, intercept attempt is missed. And it's play on. Sandon Smith. He's got support, but he dummies and goes on his own. And Sandon Smith will get a double. Sandon Smith with 2 tries. Once again, it's the wrong Smith. I need Billy, not Sandon. And the Roosters, well, more ass than class. This certainly wasn't the intention. Connor Watson takes the line on, looks to offload, and it's been battered down by the Dragons and straight into the hands of Sandon. And Sandon Smith races away. Sells the dummy. Zach Docker Clay would have been in under the posts. Try confirmed. But as I said, way more ass than class. Jacob Little. Oh, boy. They're missing Damien Cook. Cookie, of course, off for the HIA. And in fairness to Jacob Little, he wouldn't have been expecting to be on the field. That is a massive, massive try just before the halftime break. Sandon Smith. He is controlling the flow of this at the moment, isn't he? The Sandon Smith show. Over it goes. 20 points to 6. Sandon Smith with 2 tries. And he is having a day out. Henry says, don't tell me Mark scored that. Well, he didn't score that one. He did score today, though. WST with the super chat. Keep the streams going. You're doing gangster. Cheers, WST. I'll drink to that, mate. There's Sam Walker looking on, seeing this halves part. Oh, what am I talking about? Sam Walker will be back. I'm thinking he's probably watching on. Very concerned. But he'll walk straight back into the squad, won't he? Especially because Savala's not exactly having a good day out today. XJC, ahoy, mates. Mookie, ahoy. As Docker Clay rocked in the tackle, but he gets up over halfway, 5th and last. for the Roosters. After points, Savala puts the ball high. Gutherson under it. And Gutherson takes it, swings back around. And a wall of Roosters there to greet him once again. They've kept Gutho quiet today. That's for sure. And cheers once again at WST for the super chat. Emmanuel Vinson says, second half will be turnaround, mate. And I should point out, Emmanuel posted that literally the moment that the Roosters broke away and scored their try to make it 26. So I'm not sure if he still feels that way. Nichols, ahoy, mate. How are you, buddy? A minute and a half left until the halftime break. 20 points to 6. Flanagan from inside the 40. Can't find grass at the moment. They just can't find the turf. And Tedesco with a good, strong kick return. Henry says, I was doubting myself about him. Decided to withdraw my bet on him. Never have doubt about Marky Mark. No wanga tuase. He's a solid player. BTC said, did say the Chooks were looking great. Yes, you did. And they are looking great here with 30 seconds to go till the break. A comfortable 14-point lead. Comfortable at the moment. But boy, that could turn around quickly. Fifth and last. Do they have a... Oh, they've got a 6 again on the fifth and last. And now a high shot from Leilua. He's got to be careful there. Got to be very careful there, Luciano Leilua. Tedesco now. The cutout pass out the back of Tupou and into touch. And that'll be the halftime break. $20 points to 6. A little bit of a lucky try in the middle there. But overall, a dominant first half by the Roosters. I mean, 60% possession they've managed to hold on to. A dominant display in the first half and a justified 20 points to 6 lead. As I said, a little bit lucky, but it is a justified scoreline, I think, based on what I've seen from this game. The Dragons just haven't been allowed into it. Whenever they've got the ball, always down their own ends. Even their try that they scored was completely against the run of play, going the length of the field, essentially. Sione Finau. Roosters most definitely looking the goods. All right, I'll have a quick break here for halftime, and then we will come back and have a little bit of a summary. What should I play? The Tedesco song. I'm thinking it's the Roosters. Let's play the Teddy song. I'll be right back.
1, 2, 3, 4, Teddy lost his shorts again. He's burning down the sideline. Boots blurred, defenders flatline. Eyes on the prize, he don't even flinch till his shorts get yanked and we all get a glimpse. Yo, he's got the moves, he's got the pace. That fullback fire, no one can chase. But every second game without fail, he moves the crowd like his tails from the tail. Tedesco's got that power peach. Tears through lines like a one-man
All right, halftime here. 20 points to 6 in favor of the Roosters. Dominant first half display, scoring the 3 tries to 1 and a penalty goal to boot. 3 big games here this Anzac Day. Looking forward to all of them. I thought this was a bit of a toss of the coin. Still got 40 minutes to play. It's a funny old game at the moment, rugby league, with the 6 again rule. 6 agains can create endless momentum for a side. So you kind of go into the halftime break, and 20 points to 6 isn't that big a margin in modern day rugby league. Not in my opinion, anyway. If a team gets a run on, a string of momentum, they can fight that back pretty easily. And we've seen it happen time and time again. A game of 2 halves always seems to be the case. We'll have to wait and see, though. They've got a lot of work to do. The Dragons, first and foremost, they've got to get their hands on the ball and get their hands on the ball in decent field position. Because at the moment, as I said before the break, they've been trapped down their own ends. They've basically spent the entire game working the ball back. A very well-controlled game so far from the Roosters, and they started so well. Not afraid to throw the ball around, and that's probably been the difference for them so far compared to recent weeks where they've lost. A bit of a fear to throw the ball around, and Dom Young especially, I hate to single him out because he's a great player, but he was just getting some defensive reads horribly wrong, which was allowing space for the opposition. Penrith Garb, yes, we'll be doing all 3 games. All 3 games coming at you. Waste of Water Sports, live on TikTok, live on YouTube, live on Facebook, and live on the Twitch. Hayden says, is it safe to say Dragons suck? I don't know that that's necessarily a fair reflection of what's been happening. They haven't been going that... The problem for the Dragons at the moment is they just can't get any continuity going. If they can get a string of plays together down the right end of the field, then we'll see a little bit more about what they're made of. At the moment, they just haven't quite got it going. Now, that said, they have made some pretty simple errors, haven't they? They've made some basic mistakes that have contributed to their own demise here in the first half. So, yeah, it's a bit hot and cold. Perfect. Penrith Garb. They've been very hot and cold this first half. And unfortunately for them, the hot hasn't struck at the right end of the field. They're really struggling to get down there. And look, let's be honest, it should be 14-6. Should be 14-6. I mean, look, it is 20 points to 6. They've got to accept that. But they didn't really do anything wrong for the Dragons' last try. Jacob Little attempted an intercept. If Jacob Little pulls off that intercept, it's 14 points to 12 going into the break. He dropped the ball. It bounced up perfectly for Sandon Smith. Sandon Smith raced away. So we've got to put that into perspective as well. You kind of mentally have just got to get that out of your mind and ignore the scoreboard a little bit. Okay, we are down 20 points to 6, but look, we didn't do anything wrong there. That's just one of those things. We might get one of those. Well, in fairness, I suppose the Dragons have already had one of those, haven't they? When Savala lost the ball at the back, 20 meters out on the attack, and it just popped up nicely for Sione Finau, who went the length of the field. So they kind of had one, haven't they? $20 points to 6. Probably a fair reflection of the Roosters' domination of stats, but probably also a little unlucky for the Dragons to find themselves in this scenario. What do I think the final score would be? Oh, well, it could be anything, couldn't it? State the obvious. If it keeps going this way, the Roosters probably win this like 38-12. I believe in Shane Flanagan, though. Like, it came up at one point. It came up at one point there that somebody asked what team I support. I go for the Sharks. I obviously, as a Sharks supporter, have a lot of faith in Shane Flanagan. He's the only coach that's ever taken us to a premiership. So he'll be having words with them at halftime, and I'm sure that they'll be the right words. Who knows what's going to happen in this second half? Penrith Garb says the final score will be 42-10. There you go. It'd be hard to imagine the Roosters giving up this lead to lose the game. 14 points. I mean, it's enough. It's not comfortable, but it's enough. Surely you don't throw this away. The next game, Warriors Knights, could be a little bit of a banana peel game for the Warriors, right? Oh, some faith for the Dragons. Some faith for the Dragons in the chat room. I reckon the Dragons are going to make a comeback. I can't see a name there. This is a user with no name. The man with no name. Says, I reckon Dragons are going to make a comeback. Emmanuel Vincent says, Warriors will take it. We shall see. We shall see. Kind of looking forward to it, really. Could be a good game. Penrith Garb, you support the Storm. Oh, you know what? For some reason, I just went ahead and assumed that you support the Panthers. My bad. My bad. So obviously the same game. Yes, obviously because of the name. 100%. So obviously the multi not looking too good for this one, but still, we could see plenty of tries still to come in the second half. I'm liking the next one, though. I'm liking the next one. So here's what I've got left for the rest of the day. So I've got Greg Marzu because I don't think, for 1 second, I don't think that the Knights are going to be held scoreless again. Halasima and Rocco Berry. That's my 3 legs for that one. And then Storm Rabbitohs. Isaiah Tass, because let's face it, the Rabbitohs love attacking down Isaiah Tass's edge. Kane Bradley, Cameron Munster, and Latrell Mitchell. Now, Munster and Latrell, I just think Latrell moving back to fullback, back to his preferred position. Everybody's written them off. There is a streak that could be broken. This game, to me, has Latrell written all over it. If Wayne Bennett cannot get Latrell firing for this game tonight, well, then I give up. I give up all hope. Latrell officially only cares about representative football if he can't get himself up for this one. And Cameron Munster, I think he's got Jai Gray. Jai Gray is taking over the injured Cody Walker's spot. Cameron Munster is considered, believe it or not, I mean, because he's still young himself, Cameron Munster, but he's considered a veteran, quality player. I reckon he will be sniffing out all kinds of opportunities around Jai Gray and taking advantage of the inexperience there. Jerome Hughes, Cameron Munster could cause a nightmare for Jai Gray in the halves. Second half underway. So that's why I've gone with who I've gone with. Second half underway. Angra G says Dragons will come back and win by 1-12. Well, they do have first use of the ball in the second half. The Dragons. Leilua brings it outside the 30. He was starting to get a little bit fired up in that first half. That halftime break probably came at the perfect time there for Luciano Leilua, because he can get a bit emotional. He can get a bit carried away, right? Travis Hansen needs Sloan for his multi. Fifth and last, Dragons. Cook's back on. Damien Cook past his HIA. That's massive. Tupou, they've kicked to him again. I really don't understand teams kicking to Tupou. Roosters back in possession. WST, if Metcalf plays good first 20 minutes, you got it. If he messes up, we're gone. Up to halfway, Roosters. On tackle 4, standing, looking for a quick play of the ball. Watson. With a quick spurt of speed. Thought he found some space. Fifth and last. He's holding his head there, Connor Watson. Might have copped a high one. Gutherson's under it. Takes it. 10 out. Surrenders in the tackle. Here's Sloan. We need him for a try. We all need him for a try. He's in mine as well. Sloan and Flanagan. What I need. Addy, ahoy there. Why are the Dragons losing? They're behind. Sorry. Damien Cook back on the field. Goes straight through. He's got Gutherson waving his arms in support. Doesn't pass the ball and goes to ground. Fifth and last. Flanagan now with front foot ball. Ilias with the kick through. Sloan chases. Tedesco gets away. But he is trapped in the corner. And it'll be a goal line dropout. Just like that. Damien Cook tears them apart. Ripped him to shreds. Roosters go deep with the restart. Bounces over the halfway line. Ilias collects it. But that's a hell of a dropout. Ilias brings it back to halfway. And that's a hell of a turnaround there. Great goal line restart from the Roosters. There's Guler, Emre Guler. We got some nice trivia from DJ Shaq earlier on about Emre Guler. Damien Cook again. Out of dummy half, catches the markers, squaring up. 6 again. Oh, he has started the second half well, Damien Cook. Welcome back. They were missing him in that time that he was off for HIA. 10 metres out here. Cook at first receiver. Feeds it on to Laurie. 5 metres out. They go left for Ilias. Inside ball for Leilua. Leilua goes through, but he's brought down by the ankles. Connor Watson, try saver. Valentine Holmes, that is. Tackle 3. They're a metre out. Flanagan pops it out for Ilias. Ilias finds some space. A goose step, and he's brought down. A couple of tackles up their sleeve. Gutherson fires it out. Bounce pass for Flanagan to put the grubber kick through. It sets up for him, Flanagan. And he's taken down a metre out. But an accidental offside has brought that play completely to a shutdown. Frick cheese, Billy Smith is playing, but yes, he's been very quiet. I can barely even recall him touching the ball. Oh, 10 in the bin. Well, that's a game changer. 10 in the bin. Sandon Smith, who has been a standout for the Roosters. 2 tries, is now spending 10 in the bin. Incredible. Is that the turning point? A metre out. Ilias, inside ball. Egan, taken, 5 from the line. Cook sends it out right. Flanagan to Ilias. Nicely lined up here. Great shape to the right. And Sully takes them on. Well defended so far for the Roosters. 5 minutes gone in the second half. Flanagan to Gutherson again. Cut out ball. Goes behind Finau, and Finau can't collect it. He's knocked it on. And not only will this wind the clock down a little bit, but the Roosters will get possession. Now, obviously, the advantage that they have at the moment, the Roosters, that is, despite being a man down, they're up by 14. They can control the pace of this game. $20 points to 6 it remains. Spencer Leniu likely to return, but he is carrying a shoulder injury. There you go. The Roosters are falling apart. Although he is likely to return, I don't think they're really going to use him unless they absolutely have to. I mean, why risk him? Henry says hopefully Tedesco or Tupou could try at least one. Well, fingers crossed, Henry. Fingers crossed, mate. 8 minutes left in the bin for Sandon Smith. Docker Clay in a dummy half. The offload goes for Watson. Fires it across to Billy Smith. He finally gets his hands on the ball. And he's tackled very close to the sideline. 5th and last. 35 out. Savala puts it high. Gutherson's there, but chasing through is Tedesco. Tedesco rips the ball away. Robert Toya scoops it up and dives in beside the posts. I can't imagine that this is going to be allowed. It'll go up as no try, and they will have a look at a lot. Either way, referee has just said we're coming back for a penalty to the Roosters. Contact on Savala after the kick. So either way, it's going to be a penalty to the Roosters. If it's not a try. Gutherson versus Tedesco. Tedesco rips it out of Gutherson's arms. 1-on-1. And probably that'll be called lost forward by Tedesco. So I would imagine we're coming back for the penalty. As Tedesco rips this ball free, it'll be deemed a knock on. And there we go. It's been made official. We'll be going back for the penalty to the Roosters. Seven minutes gone in the second half. 20 points to 6. Roosters a man down. The Roosters, by the way, they would be loving that little period of play. This is all a bonus when you've got a man in the sin bin, of course. Penalty to the Roosters. Henry asks how both teams are looking tonight. It was summed up nicely earlier that the Dragons are looking very hot and cold. They started the second half well, but it looks like they're going to give up the first points. I don't know how much value there is in taking the 2 here other than to wind the clock down. But I should imagine they'll take the 2 here, the Roosters, perhaps. Yes, they are. Taking the 2. Just to wind the clock down a little bit more. PKD, ahoy there, mate. Tyrrell Sloan can score. He certainly can. I mean, we know that Sloan's capable. They've just got to get in a position to set him free towards the try line. Savala puts it over with Sandon Smith, of course, off the field. Savala takes over kicking duties, and it's 22 points to 6. Yeah, they've got to back themselves, the Dragons. They've been caught a little bit flat here. 22-6. Frick Cheese needs Billy to score. Six minutes left in the bin for Sandon Smith. Tupou takes the kickoff. 22 points to 6. Both teams right now are being hot and cold, says Penrith Garb, the Melbourne Storm supporter. Docker Clay out of dummy half, catches them napping. Docker Clay offloads. He's got support. They're green again here, the Roosters. A dummy, and straight through goes Blake Steep. Blake Steep will score. That is a huge blow to the Dragons. Sandon Smith still in the bin. Put that try, though, down to Zach Docker Clay. Caught them napping around marker. 26-6. It's game over now. Surely game over now. Docker Clay catches the lazy markers, gets the offload, and Blake Steep. He had Tedesco in support, but Gutherson went, I've got you, Teddy. Steep knew it. Sells the dummy and scores. Unbelievable. Gutherson is going to feel absolutely foolish when he sees that on a replay. Sold the dummy by Blake Steep. Oh, that's embarrassing, Gutho. Mind you, he was on a hiding to absolutely nothing in that scenario. A hiding to naught. Conversion successful. 26 points to 6. Roosters have gone on a roll. Make it 28-6 with the conversion. The Roosters. Wow, that sort of came out of nowhere, didn't it? Zach Docker Clay. Beautiful piece of work. Penrith Garb says, I think the score I said will happen. What was yours again, mate? 42 something. $28-6. Still 30 minutes to play. 42-10. That's the one. Yeah, well, geez, it could. We talk about it all the time. Momentum, so hard to wrestle back once you've lost it. And the Dragons have well and truly lost the momentum here. Incredible result, really. Or incredible scoreline. 28-6. Tedesco now takes the line on. Oh, he's been running well today, Tedesco. Fifth and last. Down the short side. Savala puts it high. Gutherson backtracking as Billy Smith misses him. Gutherson offloads. Sloan into a little bit of open space, but Angus Crichton's got him. And Crichton wrangles him down. And a shove to Gutherson after the play the ball. Oh, he's fired up, Angus. This has been good stuff. Roosters with large advantage in possession. Very deserving of this scoreline. Leilua offloads for Gutherson. Numbers here for the Dragons. Here comes Holmes. Holmes has got Finau in support. He's got Flanagan on the inside. And Kyle Flanagan will score. Kyle Flanagan hits back. It's another tick off the multi. 2 to go. Oh, she's still on. Kyle Flanagan lurking up in support. Gutherson, the magical offload. It was 3-on-1. Gutherson around the back. Glorious. Holmes draws in the fullback. And Flanagan running the perfect support line. Suddenly it's raining tries. Wow, that was a massive one in the context of my multi. With 30 minutes left to play, I am backing in Billy Smith and Tyrrell Sloan. $28 points to 10. Sandon Smith, of course, still off the field. $25 out, 10 in from touch. Val Holmes with the conversion on this near side, favoured side for a right-footed kicker. And he puts it right down the middle. Valentine Holmes. 28 points to 12. Here they come, the Dragons. Finally, they put something together. Kyle Flanagan, that was the big one off my multi. That was the one I was really incredibly nervous about. Oh, this is a hell of a lot of try scorers as the Roosters get us back underway. Flanagan takes the kickoff, offloads for Laurie. And Blake Laurie. Suddenly, a little bit of wind in their sails here, the Dragons. It's funny because we have seen the Dragons get run down at the back end of a game, haven't we? Are they about to do the same to somebody else? DeBellin, out the back it goes for Ilias. Gutherson, space again here for the Dragons. Sully hands it on for Sloan. Sloan down the corner, gets away from Watson. Fires a no-look pass in over his head, and Damien Cook knocks it on. Roosters back in possession. Oh no, Sloan's injured. Tyrrell Sloan is out cold in back play. This could be Sloan's night. Oh no, he's telling everybody he's okay. He just fell awkwardly on his nuts, I think. He was in open space, Sloan. The no-looker over the head. One arm, slings it back. Oh, and he's copped accidental contact. That's what's happened to him. Tedesco tracking across. Also slips. And they've slipped into each other. Well, they've got away with that one. The Roosters. Mr. Twirbel says he ran into an imaginative JWH. How do I say this? T Makitu up the wires. And Britt says he landed on his knee. He seems like he's all right. That's good. He's up and about. Tedesco almost squeaks through. Fifth and last. 20 meters out here. Roosters. Savala onto Smith. Sandon Smith who's back on. Gets away from 1, 2. Smith goes through. Grubber kick for Savala. And Tedesco. And James Tedesco scores. They had no right to score this try. Sandon Smith just back on the field. Finds space where there was none. Grubber kick in for Tedesco. James Tedesco opens it up again. 32 points to 12. Kick to come to make it 34. Wow. It is the Sandon Smith man of the match. Hands down. Penrith Garb, you've changed your score 42 to 18. Wow. The Sandon Smith show. Unreal. If he doesn't get man of the match, then I don't even know. He converts a try that he had an assist in to make it 34 points to 12. They're looking very, very good here now, the Roosters. Back underway. 34-12. 57 minutes gone. Henry says, yes, sir. Cash Tedesco. Teddy got there. Thought about having him in. My bad. I went for Billy Smith. Billy Smith seems to be having a quiet day. Joey Sella needs Sloan. Penalty now to the Roosters. Don't know why advantage wasn't played, but nonetheless. Penalty Roosters. I'm sure they'll be happy with the piggyback upfield. What about try for Billy Smith? And Tyrrell Sloan can get a consolation right at the very end or something. They made us wait until the 80th minute for Billy Walters. Billy Walters was the last off Michelle's tech last night. They made us wait till the 80th minute for that. Penalty now for the Roosters. 2 points is the call straight away from Connor Watson. He is, of course, not the captain. 34-12 makes it 36-12. Just to get themselves up in those increments of 6, and they are indeed taking the 2. Sandon Smith, it has been your day, sir. Step up and take this one. Henry, you just need Roosters to win by 13 plus. Yeah, that's looking good. Or Billy Smith to hit a 76-1 multi. Hey, I'm happy to take Billy Smith as well. Plenty of time left. Still 20 minutes. Billy Smith. Tyrell Sloan. It's been the Sandon Smith show, though. I had the wrong Smith. I must have got my instincts wrong, right? I had a feeling about Smith, just the wrong one. As Sandon puts it down the middle to make it 36 points to 12. Yes, indeed. WST Warriors Knights coming up next. About half an hour away, that one. Warriors Knights. "20 minutes to go. Safe to say the Dragons absolutely have to be the next team to score. And they would want to do it like now. Pretty much. White with the head up. The Roosters, do they just start to go a little bit flat? Do they feel like they've got this game won and just drop off a little bit? Opportunity there for the Dragons and Sloan specifically. Still work to be done. Bradley, out the back it goes. And Wong tries to get away from Val Holmes. Holmes has got him wrapped up just short of the halfway line. He stands in the three-man tackle. Lots of strength there from Wong. Watson breaks from dummy half. But Tedesco fights and gets away. 40 meters out from the line. Fifth and last. That's a high ball, contestable kick. It's been batted back by the Roosters, and it's on here. Fleck pass for Marky Mark, and Marky Mark loses it a meter out as he looks to push the pass. Jeez, it was on there for the Roosters again. How good is Mark Nwanga-Tawase? Not as good as Sandon Smith today. Sandon Smith, of course, has been immense. Beautiful flick pass from Robert Toya. I mean, they're just starting to click on all cylinders. The Roosters. Dylan says, up the Broncos. 24 hours too late, Dylan. All right, the bunker has intervened here for some reason. We're looking at the knock on. Okay, Marky Mark flicks it back into the face of Gutherson. It's off Gutherson's head. It might have brushed his hand on the way back through, is what they're looking at. It bounces off Gutherson's head, back into Marky Mark's hand, and forward. Henry asked my thoughts on Ponga scoring against the Wars. Oh. He's been pretty quiet, Ponga, hasn't he? You know what? I went straight to Marju. I didn't even, for some reason, give Ponga a thought. Yeah, well, look, if Kalen Ponga decides to play, then... and play to his best, he's always a chance, isn't he? No matter who it's against. So, he's been a bit flat. Well, the whole Knights team, in fairness, has been a bit flat the past few weeks. So, certainly can't single out Kalen. Yeah, I didn't really think about that. I went straight to Marju. That one might come back to haunt me. That might come back to haunt me big time. Fifth and last as the Dragons put this kick down. Tedesco takes it on the fall. DJ Shack around the grounds. Chiefs up 15-12 against the Force. Western Force putting up a fight. Now, whether you go for them or not, isn't it great to see the Australian Super Rugby teams putting up a fight this season? I mean, a real legitimate fight. It's great for Super Rugby. High contact here and a Roosters penalty on the halfway line. They'll punch for touch here and keep the Dragons under pressure. Force centre Siu Tompkinson sent to the sin bin, plus under review for a high tackle. Finding touch 30 metres out. The Roosters can absolutely put this game to bed. Yeah, isn't it crazy that for the longest time, people said Australian rugby were demanding more teams in Super Rugby, and everyone said, you don't have the talent. As Toya bobbles the ball, here come the Roosters. And he does spill it in the end. Robert Toya. Gutherson comes away with it. And it'll be a double knock on, a scrum down for the Dragons. And we always used to say, you don't have the talent to go around this many teams. And ultimately, it proved to be the case. They've lost a team, and suddenly they're looking a lot stronger. And as UFC says, imagine if they lost another one. Back how it used to be. Back how it used to be when it was just the Brumbies, Reds, Waratahs. Dragons. All right, 64 minutes gone. So what's that? 16 minutes to play. 16 minutes. Probably insurmountable to come back and win. But can they make a respectable scoreline? Gutherson looks to push the pass on. Nwanga Tawase knocks it on. And we'll come back. Penrith Garb, yes, Bears coming back in 2027. Well, the Bears. Bears. It's not really the Bears, is it? It's just the Bears logo slapped on a Perth team. But I digress. Oh, they didn't give Gussie's replay. 36-12 here. Dragons will have the ball from the knock on. 15 minutes to play. 25 out from their own line. Emre Guler. Outside the 40 now. Jacob Little trying to find some space. Gives it to Leilua. Leilua fends off one, but he's held in the tackle. Savala traps him just short of the halfway. And now the Dragons finally inside Roosters territory once again. And they stay on the short side. Little to Leilua. Here's Holmes. Well defended, though. The Roosters numbered up easily here. Into midfield. DeBellin. Obstruction there. He has to surrender. Fifth and last. Ilias will dummy. Pops it back inside for Gutherson. Puts a boot to it. But it's been lost forward. Gutherson spills it. Oh, they're out of ideas here at the moment, aren't they? The Dragons. They're out of options. Forward pass. Forward pass from Ilias. Back on the inside there to Gutherson. Fair call. $14 minutes to go. And straight through goes Sandon Smith again. He's got Tedesco on the inside. Links up and Tedesco spills it. Oh, Tedesco was in under the post for a second. Tedesco would have bagged himself a double. But Sandon Smith again has just torn the defense to shreds. Oh, boy. How good are the Roosters going to be when Sam Walker returns? And you've got Sammy Walker and Sandon Smith in the halves, pairing it up. Crazy. Gutherson heading across field. Links up with Ilias, keeping the ball alive. Sewer to Sully. Can't get the arms free and sends Sloan into open space. Sewer heads back down the short side. Gets the offload. Was he held? Play on, says the referee. They're just throwing it around at the moment. The Dragons, touch football style. Leilua to Holmes, and Holmes is brought down by Toya. The Roosters were happy to just stand back and wait for them. Fifth and last, Flanagan cuts back down the short side. Gutherson, 6 more tackles as the ball bumps back into Gutherson. Here's a chance. They got numbers. Sully puts the head down and charges towards the line, and he's lost it. Penalty, though, to the Dragons, an illegal strip. There you go. They've still got a chance. CT Fraz says Dragons are terrible today. I'm a Dragons supporter. Well, CT Fraz, it's all good. Try being a Sharks supporter like myself. Not fun. DeBellin receives the offload. Gives it to Flanagan. Heads across field. Has got Holmes. Holmes tackled 10 meters out here on play 1. Give it to Sloan. Tyrrell Sloan. Tyrrell Sloan. We need quite a few of us need Sloan for our same game multis. Here they go. Right hand edge. That's where we want it. Ilias to Sully. Sully straightens. Beats 1. 5 meters out. They're going to come back left now. Sloan racing around, looking to get his hands on the ball. DeBellin to Flanagan, who dummies. Gets the offload back for Jacob Little. And Jacob Little is a couple of meters short. Flanagan to Ilias. Grubber kick in behind the line. Needs this to sit up. Sloan's there. But the Roosters dive on it. Billy Smith. Goal line dropout incoming. Billy Smith grounds it. The wrong end of the field. We need Billy Smith to ground the ball over the line up that end. Not down this end. That's no good. And he took the try away from Sloan as well, which that's kind of a double blow. Roosters. The restart is taken by Sloan. Sloan is tackled 20 out from the line. No options there for Jaden Sewer. Just has to back into the defense. 12 out. DeBellin in midfield. To Flanagan. Gutherson. Harbour Bridge ball over the top for Finau. Finau looking for a double. Tackle 3. 10 minutes to go. Flanagan to DeBellin. DeBellin. Can't get the ball free. Couchman loses the ball. The Roosters' defense on their own goal line has been immaculate. Jack DeBellin, the flat pass there for Couchman. Can't get the offload away. And it sums it up, really, for the Dragons today. They've been disappointing and then forced into playing catch-up touch football. Scrum down for the Roosters. Tupou takes the first carry. 20 out from their own line. This game firmly in control now for the Roosters. 36-12. 9 minutes to go. Fabrice You need over 58.5. Ooh. Ooh, that's gonna be tight. 58.5 overs as the Roosters drop the ball. Spencer Leniu, well, why bring him back on? 36-12. The game is in control. Spencer Leniu carrying a shoulder niggle. Why bring him back on? Don't risk him. Anyway, he didn't have any contact there because he dropped the ball. Over 58.5, eh? What have we got at the moment? 48. You need 10 more points. Oh, 11 more points in the last 7 minutes. Okay, so 2 converted tries you need in the last 7 minutes. Here's Leilua. Tries to get the arms free. Oh, he's a big boy, Luciano. 30 meters out from the line. Flanagan. Inside ball for DeBellin. 20 meters out, right in midfield. From dummy half, Little catches the napping. That'll be 6 again, surely. Pops it over the top, and it's picked up by Sully on the bounce. Sully brought down 5 from the line. Couchman, another loose offload from Couchman. And here's Sloan stepping through. Tyrrell Sloan scores. Sloan scores under the posts. Oh, we've got another 3. We're going to be failed by another one leg. 2 nights in a row. 2 weekends in a row. We're going to get let down by 1 leg. Unbelievable. Well, there we go, chat room. Sloan got his try. I'm gathering that there's probably no chance of Billy Smith in the next 7 minutes as Valentine Holmes converts. (36-18), 6 minutes to go. The problem is I can't imagine that the Roosters are really even going to attempt. You know what I mean? I can't imagine the Roosters are going to throw too much at it. Roosters with the restart. 3 of 4 legs done. Unbelievable. We're getting so close. We need an intercept. Billy Smith intercept try. Five minutes to play. Dragons in possession. Offload. Back for Little. And it's lost in midfield. DeBella needs to scoop it up, but it's been lost forward anyway. Scrum down here for the Roosters. They will get another shot. Billy Smith is still in play here. (36-18). That possession stat's starting to even up, but the scoreline is not. Less than 5 to play. Scrum down, 35 out. Roosters on the attack. Here's Tedesco. Almost lost his pants there. 20 out from the line. Tackle 2. Roosters. Where's Billy Smith? He'll be over there on the left somewhere. Victor Radley. Straight up the middle. In at first receiver. They go left. Here's Sandon Smith. Inside ball there for Crichton. Angus Crichton at pace. Running a beautiful angle as well. A couple of tackles left. They've ignored Billy Smith out on the left, and they've gone right. Savala, the double pump to Tedesco. Toya steps back in field. Fifth and last. We could be on here. Crossfield kick. No, they go short side. Tedesco from dummy half scores in the corner. James Tedesco gets a double, and it is not going to be our night. It is not our night on the multi. One leg down. Once again, 2 nights in a row of one leg failing. Very unfortunate. We're getting closer and closer and closer. James Tedesco in the corner. 40 points to 18. Conversion to come. Emmanuel Vincent says, well, bummer, hasn't gone to plan tonight. No, and that sums it up really for the Dragons. It has not gone their way. James Tedesco. 2 tries. The irony is, I had basically what I do, and I'm sure that everybody probably does the same thing. I have a list of players, and I just jot down a list of players that I think might score a try, and I narrow it down to 4 based on how I feel. Now, obviously, Tedesco is always on that list. Sandon Smith was on my short list tonight. I went for the wrong Smith. Sandon Smith, man of the match from the sideline to convert. Hooks it back too far. And it remains 40 points to 18. 40 points to 18 is what you said, right, Penrith? Penrith Gub. 40-18 is what you said. Just a couple of minutes left. Roosters. Big score. Two minutes to play. Nafahu White on tackle 3, just short of halfway. Blake Steep, one of the try scorers. Can they come up with another one here? Savala to Radley. Gets the arms free. Tedesco wants another one. He's got Savala. He's got Watson. Hugo Savala will score. 44-18. Kick to come. The Roosters have just ended up tearing them to shreds. Wow. The 6 again era. We are starting to see some blowout scores. Victor Radley. Some beautiful ball movement there. Tedesco running the perfect support line. Draws in Gutherson and Savala's under the post. Savala, sorry. Everybody has scored except Billy Smith. Incredible. Everybody but Billy Smith, who hasn't even got involved. I'm wondering if he's sick. I hope he's okay, but I'm wondering if he's sick. He's not really got himself involved. Unbelievable. 44 points to 18. Kick to come from right beside the post. And they will be taking their sweet time with this conversion. Crazy. One leg short. 2 nights in a row. I was one leg short yesterday in the Broncos game. From right in front, Sandon Smith puts an exclamation mark on his man of the match performance. 46 points to 18. Roosters, too bloody good. Too good. Over the Dragons here. 46-18. And we are going to go straight into the Warriors versus the Knights for the Dragons. Back to the drawing board. Smiley face, what are your tips for this week? Well, I went Rooster. I went Bulldogs. I went Rooster. I've gone Warrior. And I've gone Storm. $46 points to 18. An absolute demolition job here in the end by the Roosters. Penrith Garb, 9:30. You're just happy Penrith are now on the bottom of the ladder. Well, they won't be there for long, for starters, but you are doing my head in, man. You are doing my head in. You're a Melbourne Storm supporter with a Penrith username that hates Penrith, apparently. I can't handle that. That's doing my head in. That is fantastic. Penrith will obviously not be at the bottom of the table for too long. How do I feel about Raiders versus Dolphins? Where's my coin? This is how I feel about the Raiders-Dolphins game. Okay. Heads, Raiders. Tails, Dolphins. Heads. Okay. We're going for the Raiders. Honestly, it's a coin flip, that game. And what was the other one? Panthers, Manly. Panthers still not 100%. Still some injuries. Mitch Kenny out with suspension. Tommy Turbo back for Manly. Look, I've picked the Panthers. I would not at all be surprised, though, if Manly won. I realize that is the very definition of sitting on the fence. But honestly, that's all I can give you at the moment. I'm on the fence with both of those games that you asked me about. They could honestly go either way. All right, so 46 points to 18 here. This game that I also thought could have gone either way. Warriors Knights coming up next. Kickoff in about 5 minutes. So we'll get that set up. But yeah, I did really think that this was a coin flip as well. For the Roosters and the Dragons there. Turned out to be a little bit more dominant than that, of course. Emmanuel Vincent says, I hope Dolphins win, but feel Raiders may take it. Sean Hewitt says, up the Warriors. Yeah, well, I actually said, and this is not by any stretch of the imagination a brag. I'm just harking back to something that I said in the preseason. One of the streams, I said this is going to be the closest competition that we've seen in a long, long time. And I think already 8 rounds in, proving to be the case, isn't it? I mean, anybody can beat anybody on their day. I mean, that can only be good for rugby league. Unfortunately, we've got ourselves in this position now. We're going to see, in my opinion, one of the most competitive seasons in the longest time. So what are we doing? We're going to add more teams in to filter out the talent even further. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. My favorite saying, because it's true. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Why are we trying to fix something that's not broken? But I digress. What do I know? What do I know? I'm just some schlub on social media. BTC says, what a win. Was up next to win. And hopefully I'll get my multi up. I'm just getting everything set up on the screens here, ready to go for the next game. Warriors versus Knights should be. And I always get very, very nervous about using that sort of terminology because every time I say something should be a particular way, it seems like the opposite happens. But it should be an easy win for the Warriors as long as they're not thinking that. If the Warriors come into this game thinking it's going to be an easy win for them, they'll find themselves in a bit of trouble. If they come into this game and you treat every opposition with respect, it should fall into place for them. But yes, as I said, yes, exactly. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. But the problem is I have to have an opinion. When you commit yourself to live streaming, you obviously can't just stand here like a mute. You've got to commit yourself to an opinion. And yeah, that's on me. If this one goes tits up, completely on me. Sandon Smith, I hope, got man of the match in that game too, by the way. Because he deserved it. Right, Warriors, Newcastle, coming up next. There is my same game multi, all set up nicely for this one. Greg Marzu, Halasima, and Rocco Berry. Love me some Rocco Berry. Rocco Berry, by the way, such a porn star name. 80s porn star Rocco Berry. And I should imagine the Warriors get the win here in this one coming up. Kickoff just a few minutes away. One leg away in that last game. Oh, we've had so many one-leggers. So many one-leggers. Quite painful, really, to be honest. But it's a good lot of fun. Oh, the Knights ANZAC jersey is... that's the thing. Kalen Ponga, there's the danger man. Any sort of breakout by the Knights perhaps hinges on that man. How does he play? If he plays well, the Knights could be in for an upset. The knee crumbler, ahoy mate. Can I send a shout out to Tori? Oh, what a name. Shout out to Tori. Hope you're enjoying this Anzac Day holiday as much as one can. Cheers. Innocent Anglerfish. Go the mighty Warriors. Oh, the Knights seem pretty pumped up for this. I'm not going to lie. Pre-game, the Knights look like they're up for this. Oh, this is going to be a good game. I'm excited now. I have not seen the Knights show that level of emotion for quite a few weeks. Can they translate that onto the field for the game? $1,200-0. The Knee Crumblers' famous score prediction. Waste of World of Sports, of course. We're going to be live all day here. Calling the action on YouTube, on TikTok, on Twitch, on Facebook. Come along and join us on your preferred social media platform. 2 games to go. This one, and then, of course, the Storm versus the Bunnies coming up. We saw a cracker. In terms of my multi, anyway, we saw a cracker. Roosters, too good for the Dragons. I mean, it was a little bit of a blowout at the end, but it was a good game. It's an enjoyable game to watch, if that makes sense. Games don't have to be like 10 points to 8 to be enjoyable to watch. No live game footage here. Frisky Horny Unicorns. What a great username, by the way. Alas, I do not have the millions of dollars required to legally stream the game footage, but hopefully I will one day. Fingers crossed, huh? Fingers crossed that my crypto investments pay off, and the first thing I'll be doing is buying licensing rights off the NRL. And the kickoff underway. Here we go. Emmanuel Vincent says, got me some crayfish. And whatever that is, I'm sorry. With a couple of cold ones ready to go. Was 22-12. I think we're all pretty much universally in agreement that the Warriors should win this game. But as we know, in rugby league, woulda, shoulda, coulda doesn't always necessarily work out that way. Nickel Clockstad back in the team this week. And CNK up to halfway. I love all the names in the Warriors too, because, by the way, CNK, CHT, JFH, DWZ, of course, not playing this week, still out injured, but still, you understand where I'm going with that. The Warriors are the team with 3 letters in the short names. There's a penalty early here for high contact. Goes the way of the Knights. It was a solid opening set for the Warriors, but then they just give away that penalty. Mr. Ed's dead. Ahoy, mate. How are we doing? Come on, Halasima. Yes. Oh, no. No. The bunker's involved. Oh, no. The bunker's involved. Somebody's getting called out. Do not balls this game up, please. Nia Kore's being called out. On report, 10 in the bin. Sod off. Oh, the Auckland Joker doesn't like it. He can't believe it. Marata Niakore in the bin. A minute and a half into this contest. No. Well, that's not a good start. Well, the bunker have thrown themselves into this game nice and early. I mean, at least he's not in my multi. Halasima, though, of course, starting from the bench, I think. Oh, did he get a start, Halasima? He did get a start in the second row. There you go. I'm just looking at the team sheets now, and Halasima has been upgraded to the starting lineup. Here come the Knights now on the back of that penalty. And Sinbin, 10 minutes, a man down. Can the Warriors hold on? Short side, Ponga takes the line on. And he's wrapped up. They're 15 metres out now, fifth and last. Knights. Cogger puts the grubber kick through. It's a little too heavy, and a 7-tackle set here for the Warriors. A man down. Natalie Green, ahoy there. Moss AU Marlow, ahoy mate. Rest in peace, our Anzac heroes. I'll drink to that. Seven-tackle set here for the Waz. 3 minutes gone, no score. Taupiki heads across field. Mookie. Ahoy, mate. Sinbin was to Niokore. Yeah. Marata Niokore. The Warriors prop. High contact, direct force. On report, 10 in the bin. A minute and a half into the game. 40 metres out now. Warriors on tackle 4. Metcalf hands it off inside for Halasima. That's our boy. Come on, Halasima. Anytime try. Get it done. Fifth and last. Harris Tavita puts it high. Not a lot of distance on it. It's allowed to bounce, though. This could go anywhere. It sits up for Marju. And Marju offloads for Ponga. Ponga's got a little bit of open space, but it shuts down quickly. A nice wall of Warriors defense. 20 out from their own line here. Newcastle. Schiller. Taken down. Emmanuel Vincent says, I hope this ain't one of those days where the ref and bunkers ruin it. Well, the bunker has certainly got involved nice and early, haven't they? A very early interjection into this one for the sin bin. And that was the bunker's call as well. It was given a penalty on field. The bunker intervened and upgraded it as the Knights go over halfway here. Fifth and last. Staying on the short side for Ponga. Ponga puts it high. Taken at the back well by Nick or Clockstat. Bruce, ahoy mate. How are you going? Penalty now to the Warriors. They get one back. The Warriors get one back. A nice little piggyback upfield. Oh, no. Bunker's involved again. Here we go. Bunker's involved again. On report, 10 in the bin. And off goes Leo Thompson. One from the Warriors, one for Newcastle. Oh, the bunker looking to interject themselves here on Anzac Day. 5 minutes into the contest, and we've had 2 sin bins. Leo Thompson now. Well, they've already put the foot down, so to speak. The standards have been set. Drape Mongreen says, ahoy to the crazy refs. 2 sin bins in the opening 5 minutes, one for each team. Well, I mean, at least if there's some sort of positive to that, as Metcalf goes straight through. Metcalf offloads. Halasima back on the inside. Cuts back to the open side. Slips 5 meters out. Oh, Halasima, he's definitely getting a try. Definitely getting a try today. I'm feeling very confident about that. 6 again here for the Warriors. Aaron Clark, 10 meters out. They lost a little bit of ground, but that's okay. Barnett, just to the right of the uprights. Carries it in midfield. Tackle 2. Egan fires it out to the right. Metcalf heads across field. Hands it off inside for Rocco Berry. Berry fights his way towards the line, and he's held up a meter short. Oh, that's my 2 boys, Rocco Berry and Halasima. Egan out to Nickel Clockstat, who has made a complete tit of the Newcastle defense and scores the opening try of the match. CNK. The Warriors up 4-0, 12 against 12. Warrior. And it's Nickel Clockstat with the first try. Well, I've got to be honest, I didn't see that coming. All off the back of the break by Luke Metcalf. And this was just a little too easy. Nickel Clockstat. Way too simple. Try time for the Warriors. 4-0. Kick to come. But of course, the big story. Whoa, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Oh, here comes the bunker. Mr. Bunker wants to interject, and we are looking at a potential obstruction. Well, you know what I always say? If it looks too easy, it probably was, and I'm afraid this is going to get overturned. I'm afraid this is going to get overturned. No try. Penalty to Newcastle. Back to 0-0. 8 minutes into the game, the bunker has had 2 sin binnings and overturned a try. This is what we were afraid of, isn't it? This is what we were afraid of. Who jinxed it? Who's the person in the chat that jinxed it? Emmanuel Pinson. I hope this ain't one of those days where ref and bunkers ruin it. And we've now had 2 sin binnings and an overturned try. It's all good, Emmanuel. I'm obviously just mucking around having a laugh. Johnny Ward, ahoy, mates. Halasima kind of reminds me of the great Ali Lautiti. As Ponga scoots down the short side. Yeah, that's crazy. 8 minutes into the game, and we have just seen bunker galore. 2 sin bins, of which Niokore has 4 minutes left. And Leo Thompson for the Knights. 30 out here, Newcastle. 5th and last. Crossland dummies the kick. Heads back in field. Puts the second kick in, and it's way too heavy. 7 tackle set for the Warriors. Phoenix Crossland got that horribly wrong. Mookie, same game multi. Niokore, Metcalf, Halasima. No try scorers for the Knights, eh? I reckon they've surely got to get at least 1 this week. Surely. They can't go to 0 2 weeks in a row. 6 minutes 40 in the bin for Thompson. A few minutes left for Niokore. Warriors in possession. 40 out from their own line. Tackle 3. Scooped up by Egan. Gives it to Nickel Clockstat. Wants that try back. Tackle 4. Some good go forward here. Egan with the no-look pass to Clark. Metcalf to Halasima. Bobbles the ball. 5th and last. 20 meters out to the right of the posts. Harris to Vida. Contestable kick. And it's been lost. 6 again. Play on. Pompey gets the fend and scores in the corner. Adam Pompey. Now they've got their first try, the Warriors, and they surely can't take this off them. Fingers crossed. 10 minutes gone, 4-0. They've got their try this time. What's the bet that the bunker has a look, though? I would not at all be surprised if they have a look at this contact, perhaps. Poor defense. James Schiller. That is just really weak defense. Adam Pompey, the simplest of simple palm-offs. This is what we need to look at, though. Was there hands here? Yes, there was. Is it backwards? Oh, let's not celebrate too early. Adam Pompey. Oy, oy, oy. Why do I feel like they're going to look at this? Why do I feel like they are going to look at this? Try seems to be confirmed. Try confirmed. There we go. Try confirmed. And Luke Metcalf from the sideline. Hooking it, holds its line nicely, just inside that near upright for the conversion. 6 points to 0. The Warriors have the lead. Bay on TikTok. Ahoy there. It's not on 9. No, it is not. Yeah, this second game exclusive to Fox Sports. And then the Storm Rabbitohs game, I believe, is back on Channel 9, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so I think so. Yes, it is. Next on Channel 9, the next one. Kickoff. And back we go. So there you go. This one exclusive to Fox Sports. Next one on Channel 9, Storm Rabbitohs. 30 seconds away, Niokore from coming back onto the field. And Leo Thompson still with a few minutes left. For a couple of minutes. Halasima, oh, he's been so heavily involved here. This opening stint. I mean, that's what we want. Harris Tavita onto Capewell. Curtis Capewell sells the dummy and goes straight through. Support inside, but it's been whacked down by Ponga. That'll be 6 more tackles. Egan scoops it up, rolls, and goes again. Wade Egan in space. 15 meters out on 0 tackle. Here come the Warriors again, short side. Egan catches them napping. 6 again. It was Harris Tavita, sorry. That's Egan. Mitch Barnett. Just to the left of the post. A couple of meters out. It's on again here for the Warriors. Aaron Clark offloads back. The offload from Egan to Niokore, who's back on the field. Niokore, a meter short, and he's held up in the tackle. Egan to Metcalf. Cut out pass. Hits the chest of Taupiki. And Taupiki dives over in the corner. They've got another one here, the Warriors. They are on a roll. And the Knights continue to be abysmal. Leo Thompson still in the sin bin, though, of course. 10 points to 0. Started, though, from Kurt Capewell. Winding back the clock, as they say. Curtis Capewell. Back to his glory days with the Panthers. And it's Greg Marzu there who's been absolutely bamboozled in defense. He got caught jamming in. Easy try for Taupiki. Oh, maybe I've spoken too soon. Ooh, they're going to have a look. They're going to have a look, aren't they? There's millimeters in it. The bunker will have a very close look at this. Millimeters. But I reckon he has scored this try. Taupiki, the toes are up. The ball is... Oh, they're going to have a look. Ball's down. Bradman Best heading across. We are now just waiting. We are just waiting for the bunker to intervene here. As the Warriors head back to their own side of halfway. Here we go. Here it is. Bunker has been called. And they're looking at that touchline. Taupiki's boot just brushes a blade of grass before he gets the ball down. I mean, if the groundskeeper cut the grass a little bit shorter, it's a try. try-saving effort there from Bradman Best. Another one's been scrubbed off here for the Warriors. Now, this will be a big test. The Warriors of old, their heads would drop. Self-doubt would creep in. What will this Warriors team do? 2 minutes left in the sin bin for Leo Thompson. 6 points to 0 it remains. The Knights are just clinging on. A couple of tries overturned. Now the kick down, taken on the full at the back by Pompey. Fires it across into midfield for Nickel Klokstad. The Storm should win tonight, Penrith Garb. I mean, once again, I don't want to jinx anything, but the Rabbitohs have not won at Amy Park in 12 attempts. I can't imagine that they start now. Jai Gray starting at 5'8". There's a little bit of an X factor, a little bit of an unknown. But I should imagine that they'll be too strong. The Storm. Back it goes for Harris Tavita to clear. 36% possession for the Knights at the moment. They've just got to get their hands on the ball. They've managed to repel a couple of tries. Ponga has it at the back. Just outside the 10, Marju with a strong carry. Leo Thompson moments away. Crossland sends it left for Ponga to beat one, but then he's brought down. 30 out is trying so hard tonight, Kalyn Ponga, to get himself heavily involved. But just can't quite make the break that he was earlier in the season. Drape Mongreen says, let's go Warriors. As the Knights now on the 5th and last, clear from halfway. And Pompey takes it on the full. Heading back up towards his 20-meter line. Taupiki almost got on the score sheet. Whoops. A slip there from Nickel Klokstad. Face down he goes. But he gets up just in time to take the ball. Leo Thompson onto the field. Back from the sin bin. Both teams now back to a full complement. And the Knights bring it out to the 40 on Warriors, out to the 40 on play 4. Halasima down the short side. Loose pass, sits up for Taupiki. 40 out from the Knights line, 5th and last. Who's got the kick? Where's Metcalf? There he is. Luke Metcalf. High. Straight down. To Kalyn Ponga. Stands his ground. Takes it on the 10 meters line. But there's a nice wall of Warriors defenders there to meet him. And the Knights will start this set 20 meters out. Mason O'Bourne. This is on Fox Sports. As the Knights attack short side, Bradman Best. He's already saved a try. Can he get himself on the try scorer sheet? Thompson back on the field. His first carry is a good one. Up over halfway. Tackle 4. Brazil gets the offload. Keeping the ball alive. Now they come right. Gagai flick past to Schiller. Schiller slips and spills it. Oh, James Schiller. Something is up with him. Something is seriously up with him tonight. Schiller was really weak in defense for the Warriors' first actual try. And now a penalty. Capewell gets the penalty here for the Warriors, holding down. But yeah, James Schiller, a little bit off tonight, it would seem. I hope he's okay. Really hope he's okay. Joseph says, up the Wars. And here they come again, the Warriors. It feels like all the players been down this end of the field. Clark out the back to Metcalf. Metcalf dummies. Decides to surrender in the tackle. 25 out. Egan sends it into midfield. And Clark bumps off one. Fends off another two. Heads back in the other direction. Aaron Clark, what a run. Barnett in midfield. At the back it goes to Harris Tavita. Inside to Capewell. 10 from the line on play 4. Slow play the ball. Is that 6 again? No. Barnett lost out the back. Knights get the boot to it and dive on the loose ball. Who's that? Phoenix Crossland? Or no, that's Fletcher Sharp. Poor play there from the Warriors, it must be said. That was a real opportunity. 0 tackle, 7 tackle set here for the Knights. And they continue to just hold on. 6 points to 0. Holding on. USC says, I told you Warriors would dominate. Yes. Yes, you did. Well, I mean, originally you did. Let's go with that. Up over halfway, Brayley catches some lazy markers. 6 again. Well worked there from Brayley. Down the short side they go. Ponga throws the pass out to nobody. Schiller slips over his own feet. And it's a penalty now to the Knights, which lets them off that mistake. A player tackled without the ball is perhaps how the ball went to ground in the first place, or a late tackle. I tell you what, though, if the Knights get a try here and lock the scores up, it's been all Warriors. Late tackle there on Ponga. Yeah, fair enough, I suppose. Can't really argue too much about that. They find touch. 15 out. Thompson offloads again. Brayley sending it on down the line. 10 meters out. On tackle 1. Big opportunity here for the Knights. Cogger hands it off to Croker. Just to the left of the post. Couple of meters short. 6 again. Here's Cogger to Ponga. Feagai to Schiller, who loses it. And I told you, Schiller, something's up. Something is up with Schiller. I hope he's okay, but there is something clearly wrong with him at the moment. He keeps dropping the ball. He's slipping over his own feet. And it was a really lazy attempt to tackle on Pompey for the first try. He just has to catch this ball and he's in. Something's up with him. I mean, I really hope he's okay. You never want to see anybody ill or hurt. But that, I'm afraid, is a player who is just quite clearly off his game tonight. 19 minutes to go in the first half. 6-0 Warriors back inside Knights territory. On tackle 4 now. And it'll be played by Jackson Ford. 40 out from the line. Harris Tavita at the back to Metcalf. Inside to Halasima. That's our boy. Halasima. Come on, mate. 5th and last. Slow play the ball. They had him turned on his back. Metcalf puts it high, slightly off the side of the boot, but contestable. Batted back. Very risky bat back. But Marju is there. There was a slight moment where you thought like the Warriors might scoop that one up. Vinny says up the was. Ionatana says this bunker is PMO. I'm assuming that means pissing me off. Oh, space now for Fletcher Sharp. Beware this man in open spaces. Takes it up to halfway. Here's Marju taking the line on. Fifth and last, just inside Warriors territory. It's back to Cogger for the kick. Not really a chase to speak of, and Nickel Clockstead takes it under no real pressure. Heads back into midfield and creates a little bit of space for Pompey. It was a risky ball nonetheless. And Pompey brings it outside the 20. 17 and a half left in the opening 40. 6-0 Warriors. Dominating possession, but not really able to just ice those moments just yet. Quick play the ball as the Warriors chant. The home crowd just trying to lift them, get them across the line. They need some reward for this early domination. Harris Tavita inside ball to Leatua. Fifth and last. Metcalf in midfield. Just over the halfway, puts it high, not contestable. Marju takes it, and Marju winds up. Good kick chase, though, from the Warriors. Keeps him down there. Bradman Best. He's got an Origin jersey to play for. Best. I love that we're almost. I mean, we're just a few weeks away from being able to talk about Origin. It's already time we can start thinking about our teams, but we can't seriously start talking about it for a few weeks yet. Tackle 4. Brazil. Nice strong carry. Fifth and last. Just a big feeling out process at the moment. A little bit of a stalemate. Pompey moves forward, loses it, and that's a result for the Knights. Adam Pompey drops the high ball, drops it forward. And the feeling out process is over. The mistake has been made. Here is a golden opportunity now for the Knights. They can make something of this. Scrum down in midfield. 15 meters out. Big opportunity. And the Warriors give away a penalty at the scrum. Way too long to pack down. Time violation. You don't see it very often. The Knights tap and go. 10 out from the line in midfield. First meeting. Ahoy, mate. Six again for what it's worth there on play 1. Thompson fights his way towards the line. A meter short. Brayley scoots away. Gives it to Frizzell. Frizzell in front of the post. Goes to ground. Tackle 2. Big defensive set. This one here for the Warriors. Cogger onto Sharp. It's batted on to Marju. Marju gets on the outside. Marju puts the ball down in the corner. We get a tick on the multi, and the Knights have hit back. Double whammy, tick off the multi, although Marju doesn't look very confident. You can usually tell a little bit about what's happened by the body language of the player. If he thinks he scored this try, he doesn't seem all that confident. Marju, the in and away, beats one, has the strength to fight through another AZ, and he's out. He's in touch. We're going to take that tick off because this is no try, I believe. We'll put it back on if it gets confirmed, but Marju is in touch. The Warriors with beautiful goal line defense, have saved a try here. They've got one back. This is going to be a night of overturned tries. I think both his hands are in touch. I think both his arms. There. His right wrist hits the dead ball line. Here we go. His right wrist hits the dead ball line there. The ball is still not down. He has planted it simultaneously with the corner flag. And here we go. Bunker. It's bunker time. We have seen more of the bunker in this game than the entirety of the weekend up to this point so far. Oh, well, this is very unfortunate for my multi, but it's very good news for the Warriors. It's going to be no try. And we've got another one overturned. Another one scrubbed off. 6 points to 0. It will remain. So there we go. We're seeing a lot of try-scoring opportunities and just not a lot of tries at the moment as they continue to get taken away. Seven tackle set here for the Warriors. 14 left in the first half. Jackson Ford with a nice strong carry. Slow play the ball. Looking for the 6 again. And over in midfield. Gets the offload. Was it too late though? Was he held? No. Play on. Halasima winds up. And Halasima takes it over halfway. Oh, he's got to get a try today, Halasima. He's looking good. Through the hands now. Metcalf out to Capewell. Egan appealing for 6 again or a penalty or something. Near Corey with the settler on the 5th and last in midfield. 25 out. Warriors go right. Metcalf puts it high. Contestable kick. It's been taken by the Warriors and then lost. Knocked on by Nickel Clockstad. Handover. Knights in possession. Oh, Marju's hurt. Some big news as far as our multi goes anyway. And for the Knights, Greg Marju holding onto his shoulder in back play. He's up and about again already. Seems like he's all good. He'll be all good. He's a big boy. Greg Marju. Solid unit. 30 out from their own line here. The Knights. Crossland at first receiver decides for some reason to take the line on, and he gets absolutely dumped in the tackle. 5th and last, just short of halfway. They come down this near side for Cogger to put the ball high. Pompey's under it. Takes it on the full. Dummies with the pass. Gets the fend on. Oh, Pompey's having a good game. Mind you, he's been due for one, hasn't he? But he's been really solid with ball in hand, Adam Pompey, tonight. Tackle 3, up to the 40. Egan goes from dummy half, up over halfway, gets the offload. Talpicki in support. They are just rolling on here, the Warriors. But they need some points on the board. Halasima. That'd be a good one. Rocco Berry, that'd be a nice one as well. Harris Tavita puts the kick up. Schiller stands back and lets it play on. And here, Leatua passes back in field, and he has got in support Jackson Ford for the try. James Schiller's nightmare continues. Honestly, I don't know what is up with him today. There is something seriously wrong with James Schiller. I'm very concerned about the bloke. He's a good player, but I can't understand. His head is not in the game. Something is going on with him. Now let's see if the bunker gets involved in this one. Ten and a half left in the opening 40. 10-0 kick to come. Surely that one will get confirmed without going upstairs. Jackson Ford, eh? Who had Jackson Ford on their try scorer bingo? Certainly not me. Metcalf with the conversion attempt to give them a 2 converted try lead. He came in clutch last week against the Broncos. From the sideline, Metcalf puts this on target, but it hooks away. Past the near upright. 10-0 it remains. It's been a dominating display this first half. You get the feeling that they would probably want a bit more, though. They've still got Greg Marju up there as a try scorer. No, we better take that away. That one needs to come off. I mean, I wish Greg Marju scored, honestly, because that would be golden for my multi. Back underway. 9.5 remaining in the opening half. Warriors 10, Knights again 0. When was the last time the Knights scored any points? In terms of minutes, calculating minutes upon minutes, I'm wondering. Adam O'Brien, probably odds on to be the favourite to lose his job. Remember, just a few weeks ago, it was looking like it was going to be Ming the Merciless, Toddy Payton. The opening couple of rounds. The Cowboys have turned it around, though. Can the Knights? Player staying down here for the Warriors. Didn't really seem to be too much in that. Mookie says Knights for the wooden spoon this year. Fifth and last. Warriors just inside Knight territory. Metcalf on the short side. Puts it high. Ponga takes it. 10 out. Heads across field. Links up with Best. Best down the sideline is wrapped up and he's very close to touch. But he stays in field and plays it. Outside the 30 now goes Marju. And loses it. Greg Marju. Penalty, though, to the Knights. An illegal strip. Seems like the ball just popped out there. And they're going to challenge. The Warriors have decided to challenge this call. The penalty has gone to the Knights for an illegal strip. The Warriors have decided to challenge. Well, this is a risky challenge. And they have lost it. Well, that was a goofy challenge. That is the Warriors challenge done and dusted. Jeez, it wasn't worth it, really, was it? Even if it ultimately turned out to be the right call, was it worth the risk? 8 minutes to go until the break. You're up 10-0. Back your defense at that stage, surely. But anyway, it's not for me to say. It wasn't my decision to make. They've made it, and they've lost their captain's challenge now for the rest of the game, the Warriors, and we've got time off a HIA. And that will be for Niokore. Well, he's off the field again. Marata Niokore, sent off in the opening minutes, is now off for a HIA. Incredible. I love my girlfriend. Says, have you ever done commentary in the box in the stadium? No, I have not. Seven and a half to go in the opening 40. Sharp to Ponga. Flat pass there to Pierce Paul. And Pierce Paul rocked backwards in the tackle. Has that ball spilt free? No, it's still there for the Knights. A couple of tackles up their sleeve. Crossland in midfield. Onto Cogger. Through the hands, but the Warriors number up. And they muscle the Knights to ground. Fifth and last. Cogger in midfield. Kicks towards this right corner. Pompey spills it out the back. It sits up. First James Schiller. And James Schiller will score. And I think I've figured out what was wrong with Schiller. He was wearing headgear. He's lost his headgear and suddenly he scores a try. He's been terrible. I wondered what was wrong with him, and I think we've just figured it out. Headgear. He's ditched it. And Pompey is suddenly looking very flaky under that high ball. James Schiller, the opening try for the Knights. I can't see how they could take this off them. Though the bunker has been... Oh, wait. We're going to have a look, though. Oh, we're going to have a look. Here comes the bunker again. And we're even getting crowd shots now. People in the crowd can't believe it. The bunker involvement in this game. The bunker involvement in this game has been insane. And we have now got another one over... Oh, Casey Badger's in the bunker. Well, that explains all the shit decisions. That's not really fair, is it? No try. Bunker has overturned another one. And with 7 minutes to go until the break, that's a let-off for the Warriors. They've got one back, I suppose. They've had two overturn themselves. Six and a half. And a penalty now for flopping over the top. And the Warriors can clear. Tackled after the call of held. Warriors, fine touch just outside their own 40. 6 minutes to go. If they could return fire with some points here, it'd be a big statement going into the break, considering they've had a couple overturn themselves and they've now held on for one. Metcalf hands it off inside for Nickel Clockstadt. They're 35 out. The Knights swarm. A few tackles left. Harris Tavita heads across field. He's got Laid Tua running the inside angle. Dummying down the short side. Egan goes back open for Clark to Metcalf. Through the hands they go. And Jacob Laban's on the field. Fifth and last now. 20 out. Harris Tavita with the crossfield kick. Contestable. Pompey's up there. The ball spills backwards. Pompey dives on it. Is it 6 more tackles? It is. Still there for the Warriors. Harris Tavita to Our boy, Halasima, just to the left of the post. Egan on the crash ball for Jackson Ford. A metre short. Bayonga to Metcalf out the back to Curtis Capewell. Metcalf now in space, pops the pass up, and it's there for Jackson Ford under the posts. Jackson Ford, are you kidding me? It is the Jackson Ford show here for the Warriors. Adam Pompey and now Jackson Ford with a double. Tyler Leaf says, we got the speed. We got the skills. And they've got the try as well. 14 points to 0. Kick to come from right in front. It'll surely be 16. And Newcastle, they just can't buy a try at the moment, the Knights. Jackson Ford with a double. I'll be damned. Incredible. Well, that is a huge, huge blow to the Newcastle Knights. Alasima's on, yes. He got moved into the starting lineup. I'm pretty sure he's still out there. I'm fairly certain I saw him a couple of plays ago. Emmanuel Vincent says Warriors get one more before the break would be good. Well, they'll pretty much have to do it from the kickoff if they're going to. Metcalf pops this one over, 16 points to 0. Remember what I said? The Warriors of old, when they had those tries overturned, the Warriors of old probably would have folded. Self-doubt would have crept in, and they would have fallen to pieces. This Warriors team, though, they know how to stay in the fight. Tyler Leaf, you were at the Warriors-Broncos game. Luke, please make your kicks. Yes. I had an argument with my sometimes co-host, Michelle, who obviously doesn't understand what the word clutch means. Because I said that Luke Metcalf came in clutch to win the game with the penalty goal from halfway. But apparently it can't be clutch because he missed all those kicks throughout the course of the game. I don't think she understands what the word clutch means. But anyway, I digress. Luke Metcalf. He might have come in clutch, but he does need to do better throughout the course of the game. That's for sure. 16-0 Warriors lead and 2 minutes to go. Fifth and last, 40 out. Slightly skews off the side of the boot this time, Metcalf. Everyone lets it bounce. It's taken by the Warriors. The offload goes back for Valmega. Offloads again to Nickel Clockstat. Still fifth and last. Fires it across to Leotua. Gets on the outside. Gives it to Pompey. Pompey fires it back in field for Capewell. Capewell dummies the kick. Gets himself through and can't offload. That will be the handover. A minute and a half left of the opening 40. Capewell and Gagai, former Queensland teammates, they're about to go at it here. A little bit of biffo. James Schiller looking a completely different player, literally and figuratively, since he ditched the headgear. The Knights held scoreless last weekend. Well, they held scoreless the weekend before that too. Ponga shuffles the ball on and it's been spilt. No, yes, it has. Dropped by Schiller. His nightmare continues. Well, they've decided to captain's challenge this, the Knights. Now, I said the Warriors challenge was pointless. This one is completely pointless. This is an absolute waste of their challenge, even if it ultimately proves to be successful. He's regathered it. That's a risky call, a risky challenge. James Schiller, well, he was obviously 100% confident. Boy, that was a risky challenge, though. He would want to be 100% sure that he held on to that ball. Halasima hasn't got a try yet, no. Try scorers for the Warriors. Adam Pompey and then Jackson Ford. And then that's it. No try scorers, of course, for the Knights. It still says James Schiller up there. As the Knights knock the ball on, tackle one. The Knights spill it on play one. And that will surely take us into halftime. The Warriors with one last play. 7 errors in the first half for the Knights. That sums it up, really. Tells the story. 7 errors. 10 seconds left. This will be the last play of the half. And they're happy to just rumble it up and take the tackle. That will be halftime. 16 points to 0. The Warriors at the halftime break. They have put on a solid performance. Couple of tries taken off them. Couple of tries taken off the Knights as well. Rightly or wrongly. Doesn't matter. They've been scrubbed off. 16 points to 0. The Warriors getting the job done. Now, I want to quickly look and see when was the last time the Knights scored some points. Let's see. 2025. All teams. Knights. Knights. Oh, well, they scored points last week. Okay. They haven't scored a lot of points, though. Sandon Smith gets the man of the match. Ashton Collier Spirit of Anzac medal. That is well deserved. That game before Roosters Dragons, it was the Sandon Smith show. Very well deserved man of the match for him. All right, halftime here. 16-0. The Warriors doing the job at the moment. We'll have a quick break and we'll be right back. We'll field some questions from the chat room and we'll sum up what we might see in the second half.
Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Whoa, 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 whoa. the jokes and 10 pass last from the kickoff to the final whistle blow. We'll take the 2 and we're ready to go. We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we bring out our best. No serious analysis, no expert critiques. Just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. We'll raise the road from sideline jokes to post-match tales. All big goofs and their big fails. We're not so serious, and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our steins. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Oh, wasted world of sports, here's to our cheer. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer. Yeah!
Luke, ahoy, mate. How you doing? Philip West says, go the Wars. As they lead this 16-0 at the halftime break. And looking very good, must be said. Seems like they've got this game pretty well in order. A couple of tries have been scrubbed out by both sides. I think the Warriors have had 2 overturned in the bunker. Knights have had 2 overturned in the bunker. Mr. Twerble says, I think it's wrong to have Galvin in the side this week at Leichhardt. The crowd can be tough. I think it's wrong to have Galvin in the side, period. Like, at the end of the day, it's business. And business means Lockie Galvin can choose to go wherever he wants to go when his contract is up. It's a little bit different. Like if you're a Cherry Evans, for example, a DCE, a Daly Cherry Evans, just as an example, a veteran is probably going to be on year-for-year contracts from here on in. It makes sense that obviously you would keep playing Cherry Evans, even if he's decided to leave the club. And we're seeing that with Manly at the moment. They're obviously, you're going to play a Cherry Evans. You're going to play a Jerome Hughes. You're going to play an Adam Reynolds. I mean, if Adam Reynolds decided, I'm taking up a contract somewhere else next year, the Broncos are going to keep playing him every week, right? It's a little bit different when it's a young, developing player. The Tigers have invested a lot into Galvin. So even though he might be their best option at number 6 for the time being, he has made it clear my future is not at this club. So I wouldn't have him in the team. They've got the youngsters coming through below him. It is their time to step up. So yeah, it's a little bit different when it's a developing player as opposed to an experienced veteran that's going to make a world of difference. I do absolutely agree with you, though, Mr. Twibble. It's a really odd place to be running him back out. It's just a weird situation overall, isn't it? Like, he was stood down, and then they're bringing him back a week later because they lost, or that's the impression that it gives, at least. It might not be. It might have been a situation as simple as, look, will sit him out this week just to take all that media hype and attention away from him. I feel like if that was the intention, it's done the opposite. And now to bring him back, as you said, at Leichhardt, it's been a whole drama, hasn't it? It's definitely killed his brand. Definitely killed his brand. But I don't think the Eels really mind. They'll be happy to pick him up, and he's a pretty good replacement for Dylan Brown, isn't he? So who won the last game? Luke. The Roosters won by a lot over the Dragons. A lot. $46 to 18. And of course, let's not ignore Lockie Galvin's manager, Isaac Moses. Now there's a reputation. Isaac Moses has taken a lot of players away from the Tigers. Campbell Graham, there's a player who hasn't been the same since coming back from injury. Funny how that works sometimes. Some players come back as if nothing ever happened. Other players, they're just never the same. Drape Mongreen says it's great marketing. Well, if you're talking about the Lockie Galvin situation, they say, what is it they say? Any publicity is good publicity. So, in that sense, all the publicity in rugby league circles at the moment has been about Lockie Galvin, hasn't it? So, yeah, from a branding situation, but still, I mean, who's going to want to work with him? You've already got the Roosters. You've got the Roosters who refuse to work with this guy, the manager I'm talking about. They refuse to work with this manager. They're like, no, we won't deal with him. Brendan Barker, ahoy, mate. Well, you might have only been joking, Drape Mongreen, but you're right. There is a theory in marketing that any publicity is good publicity. So you may have only been joking, but you're still absolutely correct. You might not have even meant it, but you're right. Bruce says, isn't he Tedesco's manager? Yeah, I believe so. Oh, no, he's not. I think he's taken maybe he used to be Tedesco's manager. You know what? I don't know. Maybe he used to be, because yeah, he took Tedesco out of the Tigers. Tedesco, we sometimes forget, used to be part of the Tigers system. But I'm pretty sure that he's Mitchell Moses' manager. He used to, but Teddy dropped him. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, he took a lot out of the Tigers. Tedesco. Moses, Woods. We forget just how much young talent got taken out of the Tigers system. But anyway, they're rebounding. I think they've made all the right changes. The Tigers, they've made the right replacements in the higher ups. They'll turn things around. They'll all be good. Yeah, backdoor Benny. Are you talking about Benny Elias? Yeah, I always find it funny when Benny Elias goes on NRL 360 and like defends all this stuff. And then you've just got to remember the connection. That connection there that makes it all make sense. All right, hopefully kickoff just around the corner. I'll have a quick break and be right back, hopefully, as I said, for kickoff in the second half. Yes, indeed. Just in time. Second half kickoff. 16-0. The Warriors lead it. Seem to have things firmly in control here. Mr. Twirball, you're a Balmain boy. You'll never forget backdoor Benny wrecking us. Marju back out on the field. That's good to see for my multi. I'm not liking my chances, though, in all honesty. The way that it's been going. And, of course, Anzac Day continues after this. We're just going one stream into the other. Going to go kicking on Storm versus the Rabbitohs. That should be a hell of a game as well. Going back to back to back. And the Knights spill the ball on their opening set. Well, that just sums it all up, really. Game of Mel, ahoy. Fletcher Sharp with the knock on tackle 4. Oh, speaking of 4, I had the 4 fingers up. R.I.P. Steve Mongo McMichael. Warriors with the feed, 40 out from their own line. And from the scrum, they go up towards halfway. Not a good start to the second half. For the Knights, that is. Good opportunity here for the Warriors early. Playing it on halfway, tackle 2. Cut out pass into midfield. And there is big bad Bunty. Bunty Afoa carries it to the 40. Near Corey. Gains another 10. A couple of tackles left here. Afoa used as the decoy. Metcalf hands it off inside to Jackson Ford. Could Jackson Ford get a treble? A hat trick of tries. That'd be something. Fifth and last, Metcalf puts it high. Contestable kick. They're flying through the Warriors, but Marju comes down with it. Rocco Berry was almost there. Well taken, though. Greg Marju in the end. Knights, can they hold on to the ball? Can they complete a set? Can they get some points? So many questions around the Newcastle Knights at the moment. Fifth and last, they're only out to the 40. Not a lot of meters made. 34 off that set. Ponga from inside the 40, gets the kick away. Warriors let it bounce, and it sits up for Nickel Clockstad, who offloads now to Taupiki. Heads across field. And he'll get tackled just outside his own 20. The Warriors just seem, in terms of energy levels, Warriors are still at 100. The Knights are at about 50. They look completely out on their feet. They've had a break. Second half has only just begun. They're really struggling here, the Newcastle Knights. Bunty Afoa, fifth and last, 40 out in midfield. They come this near side for Metcalf to put it high. Contestable kick? No. Ponga takes it. But they greet him as soon as he hits the ground. And Bunty Afoa puts a big hit on Maju. As the Knights continue to run in quicksand, bringing the ball out of their own end. The Knights need some Canberra milk, huh? There's something different in the milk there in Canberra. Because they've built themselves a gun young side. They're going to be losing Jamal Fogarty. Of course, Jamal Fogarty will be heading off to Manly to replace Cherry Evans. But they've built themselves quite a side. It'll be very interesting to see how the Raiders go without Fogarty, actually, because a big part of what they've built has been on the back of Jamal Fogarty's kicking game. That'll be very interesting to see what they've got coming through to replace him in the number 7 as the Warriors are back in possession here. Slow set of 6 this one. Tackle 2. Just outside the 30 now. Pompey plays it. Here's Ford. This game has just gone through a little bit of a lull to start the second half as Egan carries it to halfway. Fifth and last, Metcalf on this near side puts it high. Maju's under it and brings it back. Not a lot of space to move. Best, the strongest carry that we've seen probably all game from the Knights, and it earns a penalty. The Warriors caught offside. Well, that's a nice little piggyback for the Knights here. They can try and get some go forward. Jack Cogger. I wonder if he regrets leaving the Panthers. Finding touch, 40 out from the line. The Knights, they need to strike. You would think that they have to be the next to score. Give me $5. Ahoy, mate. What have you missed this morning? You have missed your team absolutely spanking the Dragons. A scoreline of 46 points to 18. Absolutely decimated the Dragons in the end. Your boys. Here come the Knights now. Crossland to Cogger. Ponga with the short ball to Pierce Paul, who's held in the tackle. 15 out. Calling for it in midfield. Crossland. Flat pass there to Leo Thompson. Thompson almost could have slid over the line there. Fifth and last. Brayley kicks from dummy half. Not played at. Still fifth and last. Oh, he's given him 6 again, has he? He has given them 6 again and called it played at. Well, here we go. Chance for the Knights. Ponga. A metre out, right in front of the posts. Scrappy play the ball, that one. Cogger, dummies, takes the line on. Warriors defense. There's gaps everywhere. They just need to find them, to the Knights. Here's Paul back on the inside. Cogger to Sharp. Sharp dummies. Takes the line on. He's held up. Fifth and last. Couple of meters out to the left of the post. They go back to midfield. Cogger with the grubber kick in behind and is scooped up by Nickel Clockstad. And Nickel Clockstad half a meter inside the field of play. That is a beautiful piece of cleanup work there from Nickel Clockstad. Sorry, dropped my remote control. I need that for keeping up to date with the games. Yes, give me $5. You watch that replay and you enjoy it, my friend. It was a hell of a game by the Roosters. 5th and last. Warriors thumped this downfield. And here is James Schiller, still without the headgear in the second half, which is probably the right call. He was pretty terrible with the headgear. Ponga, dummies. He'll have a run on his own. Ponga's been kept pretty quiet tonight once again. We talked about it in the pregame, right, with the chat room. We discussed how Ponga could be the key for Newcastle and, well, is the key for Newcastle, and he's been very quiet in recent weeks. And if they keep him quiet again, it could be a long old night, and it's certainly proving to be the case. As Gagai now gets on the outside. Here's another one. Gagai back in field for Schiller. And just like that, right in the middle of a sentence of me writing them off, Gagai has been the one to step up. And Dane Gagai sets up a try for James Schiller that will surely not get overturned this time. He's had one taken off him, James Schiller, that also coincidentally involved Dane Gagai. I can't imagine they can take this one off them. The Knights on the board at long last. James Schiller. $16-4 kick to come. There is just nothing there to take this one away. Nothing to look at. Well, Dane Gagai takes the line on. And he made it look simple in the end. Ponga now with the conversion attempt. Pops this one over. Well, here they come. The Knights 16-6. Can they keep it going? James Schiller finally gets his try. He's been close a few times, right? Over he goes. Boy, it's been a weird old night for Schiller. A nightmare of a first half. Warriors with the restart. Marju takes it. He's going to take it into contact himself. Marju, no offloading there. He loves the contact. Plenty of time left in this one, of course. 10 points, all the margin. Leo Thompson, Storm Rabbitohs coming up after this. That'll be hard to topple the Storm there in Melbourne. That's for sure. Mr. Twerble just lobbed a phone bet, Knights to win. What was the price on that? If you don't mind my asking. Their odds would have blown out at one point there for sure. We'll see if they can get themselves going. 5th and last. Crossland plays at 45 out. Pogga with the clearing kick. Taken on the full at the back by Pompey. 11 bucks. Oh, well, that's all right. $11. That's all good. Innocent Anglerfish says a lot of time left. Watching patiently, fingers crossed. Nickel Clockstad winds up. Plenty of time left, for sure. This could still go either way. Aaron Clark backs his way up towards halfway. NRL football clips. Says Bunnies going to win. Put your house on them. Whoa, NRL football clips has got the Bunnies to break the streak. They've never won at Amy Park, but he is putting the house on them to do it this year. Ponga takes it. Dummies. Almost goes through half a gap. Yeah, I really hope it's a good game, NRL football clips, but I don't think I could put my house on a team that is 0-12 at the venue they're playing. I believe in hoodoos. I believe in hoodoos big time. And 0 from 12 suggests that's a very big hoodoo. Fifth and last now for the Knights on halfway. Cogger puts it high. Too deep to be contestable. Nickel Clockstat brings it back. 15 out. 16-6. The Warriors just haven't really, I don't know, done anything in the second half. Like, they've been really flat here the second half. The Warriors. They need something to spark them. And maybe it's this man, Talpicki, nearly goes through. Desperation ankle tap is all that stopped him. As now they've spilt it on tackle 3. The Knights will have it inside Warriors territory. 0 tackle. Wow, that was a big cough up there from Harris Tavita. Here's a chance for the Knights to get themselves back into this right up to their necks. Pierce Paul with the fend. That's tackle 2. 25 out. Crossland at first receiver to Cogger. Intercepted and away goes Luke Metcalf. Does he have the pace? Probably not. Crossland is after him. Sharp's after him. Schiller's after him. And they've run him down. 10 metres out from the line, but front foot ball. The Knights' defence is absolutely skittled here. Nickel Clockstat goes on his own. Nickel Clockstat has gone goofed that up. And now a run from dummy half. Well, they've balls this up badly, the Warriors. Dummy from Egan and scores. Well, they finally got there. Wade Egan with the try. But it was the intercept from Luke Metcalf that set it alight. Oh, they should have scored 3 tackles earlier. The Knights were still running back into position on defense. Nickel Clockstat decided to take the line on. And then Talpicki runs from dummy half. Wade Egan, though, gets it done. And Luke Metcalf might have done a hammy. He's just got cramps, I think. Luke Metcalf swoops. Oh, he's done a hemi. I hope he's okay. He pulled up, did Metcalf. That's how they ran him down. I think he's just got cramps. If he pulled a hemi, there's no way that he's lifting his legs straight up like that, stretching it out. So, yeah, he just got cramp at the worst possible time. But seriously, the Warriors, they should have scored that 3 tackles earlier. They got there in the end. They did their best to screw it up, didn't they? They had about a 72-on-1 overlap out to the right. Nickel Clockstat decides to take them on up the middle. A little bit of white line fever for Nickel Clockstat, perhaps. They get the try in the end anyway. $20 points to 6. Kick to come. A difficult conversion attempt. Metcalf, he's over his cramps. Strikes it off target. Metcalf still doesn't have the kicking boots on, but at least he gets the kicking boots on in those clutch moments. 20 points to 6. Boy, they'll take it, though. I'll definitely take it at this point. The real thing says, have the Knights been particularly bad tonight or just regular bad? I would say just regular bad. To be honest, just regular bad. And at least regular bad is heading in the right direction if you're a Knights supporter. There's been some positives to take out of it. Not many, but some. And there's still time left in this game. 22 minutes left. 14 points the difference is certainly not insurmountable. So, yeah, she's far from over just yet. Jacob Laban plays it on halfway. Nickel Clockstat carries to the 40, fifth and last. They go left to Harris Tavita. Puts it high, a little too heavy to be contestable. But Ponga will have to surrender 5 meters out from his own line on the back of a good kick chase. Now that's what you want. You set up the points. And now dragging the Knights back into the end goal for a goal line dropout. Huge defense from the Warriors. And they are hulking up. They can feel it. They can sense it. Apart from that guy who looks very stoned in the crowd, but happy. He looks like a happy camper. All right. Warriors have the ball 10 meters out. 12 errors to 4 by the Knights. Pretty much that's all you need to know about this game, really. Inside ball for Capewell. Yeah, 12 errors to the Warriors 4. It's hard to win games of footy with that sort of discrepancy. Nickel Clockstat, 10 meters out. Driven back in the tackle now. Play 3. Metcalf onto Clark. Clark's been solid tonight. Had a good game. 12 out just to the right of the post. They go left. Harris Tavita out the back to Metcalf. Grubber kick in behind the line. It sits up nicely for Leotawa. And he's lost it. Well, how has he ballsed that up? The try has gone begging, and they can't put the exclamation mark on. It's set up perfectly in the end goal. Just needed to grab it and fall on it, and it was try time for the Warriors. Oh, boy, they let that one go. Mr. Twerble says thoughts on Heath Mason for the Tigers. Solid. Yeah. From the little I've seen of him, very solid as the Knights now. 35 out, fifth and last. Goes to Cogger. Puts the ball high. Is it contestable? They chase through. And the Warriors, a little miscommunication. But it's been taken by Pompey. Just a couple of meters out from their own line. The Warriors had a chance to ice this contest. The chance literally slips between the fingers as Nickel Clockstadt now slow to play this ball. The trainer's with him. Not sure if he's milking a penalty or... Not a happy camper. There we go. Plays it now. Nickel Clockstadt. Here's Barnett. Barnett destined for Origin duty. Surely. Plays it just short of the 20. Here's Ford. 18 and a half remain. And they're going to kick early here, the Warriors. On tackle 4, and it slices towards the sideline. Ponga gets across to cut it off. And he'll bring it back to the 20. They have really done a number on Kalen tonight, kept him quiet. Seems to be the secret. Keep Kalen quiet. Keep the Knights quiet. Then you get the random burst from, what's his face? Gagai. But ultimately, if you can keep Kalen Ponga under wraps, you keep the Knights under wraps, it seems. Tackle 4 for the Knights on halfway. Ponga at first receiver. Cut out ball across the face of everybody, and Gagai drops it. Well, it's the two X Factors linking up and creating a gigantic mess on this occasion. 17 and a half to go. Warriors ball on halfway. 0 tackle. They're looking good now, the Warriors. Time starting to escape any sort of Newcastle comeback. They've got to keep playing, though, the Warriors. 40 meters out from the line on tackle 3. Here they come, midfield. Clark again. He's been immense. Straight up the middle goes Wade Egan. Power beyond his size. 5th and last, 15 out. Barnett slots into dummy half. Here's Harris Tavita to Metcalf. The double pump for Capewell. Wraps back around. Capewell gets the ball free, but then it's spilt forwards. Gagai dives on it. And it's there for the Knights. 0 tackle. They just can't land that killer blow as Schiller threatens to break out. Plays the ball to nobody, but they manage to scramble back. And Gagai with another carry this set. Thompson spills it backwards. Play on. Cogger in midfield to Sharp. The dummy pass now to Bradman. Best in a little bit of space. Best gets on the outside. They come back at him, and he's brought down 30 out. Marju in at dummy half. Fires it into midfield. And the ball pops up nicely. Here's Cogger now to Ponga. Here's Paul. Just through the hands. Gagai tries to put the fend on. 20 meters out. Play 4. Slow to get up and play it there, Gagai. Ponga at first receiver. And Cant takes the tackle 5. In front of the post, 10 out. Brayley sends it left for Cogger. Out the back to Sharp. Cuts back in field. Gets it back for Brayley. The grubber kick in behind the line is dived on by the Warriors. And they have diffused that attack. Warriors ball, 15 to play. TKD. Marju needs to score. Can he? It's not looking good. I've got to say. It is not looking good at all for the Knights. Ayush. Has Luke Metcalf scored? No, but he made an intercept that led to a try, but he hasn't scored one himself tonight. Try scorers for the Warriors have been Pompey. Jackson Ford has scored 2. And Wade Egan, try scorer for the Knights, James Schiller, as this kick goes down to Marju. Marju takes it on the 20. Metcalf down again in back play with cramps. I don't know if that answers that question as well. Metcalf, for the second time tonight, is out of play, suffering from cramps. Thompson, I believe it is there for the Knights. It's the Knights' ball anyway, just short of halfway. Cogger onto Pierce Paul. Passes out the back of Gagai, who has to retreat to take it. And they've lost ground there on the fifth and last. Gagai tries to milk a penalty. Referee having none of it. Ponga from inside the 40. Kicks it infield, and it bounces up awkwardly at the back there for the Warriors, but doing extremely well there, Taupiki, to keep his hands away from that one. And now he's been met with high contact. The crowd has erupted into a chorus of boos as they want a penalty for that one. One of their troops been copped high. No call. Metcalf is still suffering from cramps. The trainer has left him, and he's still out there, but he's still trying to stretch it out there, Luke Metcalf. So he's pretty much largely uninvolved at the moment. 13 minutes to play. Metcalf is hiding out here on the wing, stretching out cramps. 6 again for the Warriors. There's Bunty Afoa. Oh, that's Valmoga. Aaron Clark will play at 30 out now and play 2. Here's Metcalf. He's back in play. Hands it off. Valmoga happy to just take it up the middle and play it on tackle 3. Barnett to Metcalf heading across field. On the inside, Leatua. 10 meters out. Here they come. Harris Tavita to Barnett. Barnett rumbles it up. 5th and last. Right in front of the post. A couple of meters out. Egan goes from dummy half. Gives it to our boy. And Halasima. Oh, no, it's not Halasima. It's Valmorga. I actually think Halasima is off the ground at the moment. 12 minutes to play. The Knights start this set literally a meter out from their own try line. They have to go the length of the field. 14 points the difference. Time is running out. Schiller takes it with one hand. Risky business that close to your own try. Oh my God, the blood. Rocco Berry is busted wide open. Boy, oh boy, that is nasty. Rocco Berry's got to go to the blood bin. I mean, geez. If that's not an automatic blood bin, I don't know what is. 5th and last here for the Knights. Cogger from inside the 40. Taken on the full at the back by Taupiki, and he'll head back upfield, 30 out. And there has got to be a referee's whistle here. Rocco Berry has to go off. He is gushing out blood at an unhealthy rate. With 10.5 to play, the Warriors leading by 14. Not to jinx it, but looking like they've got this well in control. Nice offload there on tackle 3. Egan in support. Morga, 40 out. Tackle 4, 10 left. There is Halasima. Looks like he's not going to get his try tonight. 5th and last. They're 30 meters out. Harris Tavita puts the kick up. Contestable ball. Pressure on the Knights at the back. Killer takes it. Maybe a hint of obstruction there, but nonetheless, the Knights have it. 10 out from their own line. Inside the final 10, time is escaping the Knights here. And apart from that runaway try, and now forcing the offload, the Warriors dive on it. Here come the Warriors again. The Knights guilty of pushing the pass, and it's Rocco Berry who swoops on it. Halasima, 5 meters out. Oh, the Knights, any sort of hint that they had of staying in this game, they might have just literally thrown it away. Barnett rumbles it up. A metre out. 9 minutes left. Egan fires it out now to Metcalf. Poor pass there to Harris Tavita. It lands, though, for Pompey, who goes again. Pompey beats one and dives over. Adam Pompey scores the match winner. Pompey gets a double. We're going to have 0 ticks off the multi in this game after getting 1 leg short in the last one. Crazy. But the Warriors lead 24-6, and the Warriors surely win from here. Eric says up the wires. Oh, unbelievable. From 1 leg short to not even getting a single tick. Crazy, huh? Oh, somebody's been ruled out of the... Oh, Kane Bradley's been ruled out. Okay. So I had Isaiah Tass, Kane Bradley, Cameron Munster, and Latrell Mitchell. It's been voided. I guess Kane Bradley's been ruled out of the game. We'll have to have a quick look and see who's taking Kane Bradley's place there for the Storm. Oh, Xavier Coates is back. Oh, no. Kane Bradley was over on that wing. Hang on, what's going on here? Okay, so Kane Bradley was the starting winger. That's why I put him in my multi. It looks like Sua Faulongo is in. Okay, I'll just do a straight swap. I will do a straight swap then. In that case, let's just go. I'll keep everybody else. As the Knights have an opportunity here, I want to slot Faulongo in. So Faulongo, Munster, Latrell, and Tass. I'll just do a straight swap. There we go. Faulongo, Latrell, Munster, Isaiah Tass. The kick in behind the line. Scooped up by the Warriors. Goal line dropout. Frank, ahoy, mate. You went to the Roosters game. It was such a good victory for the Chooks, wasn't it? An absolute belting. Something that, quite frankly, the Roosters have been threatening as the Warriors go short-ish with the restart. Battered back by the Knights, and they have it in midfield. And it's knocked on both ways. First by the Warriors. All right. So, yeah, Kane Bradley was named for the Storm, but he's been replaced with Sua Falongo. So, yeah, I'm just doing a straight swap on that one. I'll keep everybody else exactly as they were. 5 minutes to go in this one. Scrum down. Knights ball. The siren sounds there for the scrum timer. And they packed just in the nick of time. Schiller will take it, or Fletcher Sharp, sorry, on tackle 1, 20 meters out. Inside ball for Frizzell. Sharp cuts back infield, offloads back for Ponga. Ponga bobbles the ball, puts the grubber kick in, looking for it to sit up for Bradman Best to pick his there, and it's another goal line dropout. Well, it's safe to say that the Warriors have dropped off a notch or two, but the Knights, you kind of look at this these sequences of play, and you kind of go, well, where has this been all game long? Getting themselves back-to-back sets, back-to-back sets. Where has this been all game? As this time, the Warriors go deep with the restart, taken on the 40, and winding up there is Thompson. Thompson, is it? Not sure who that is. Number 13 there for the Knights. 3.5 to go. That is Frizzell backing into the defense, looking to get the offload away. But our man Halasima's there to cut off the offload. 20 out from the line. Cogger out the back to Ponga. Flat pass for Pierce Paul. And Pierce Paul nearly goes straight through. Crossland fires a flat pass across in front of the posts. Tackle 4. Crossland again to Cogger. Holds the pass up perfectly for Thompson. And Thompson scores a consolation try. It's Brodie Jones, is it? I thought it was Thompson. Either way, it's a Newcastle Knights try, and it's one of their big men, one of their big boppers up front. Jack Cogger holds that pass up perfectly, and it is Brodie Jones to make it 26-10, kick to come. And you've just got to look at that and go, well, where was this for the entire game? Ponga converts, 26-12. Just snuck it inside that far upright. 2.5 minutes to go. And yeah, just where was this from Newcastle? The Warriors, quite obviously, though, they dropped off a little bit. That was pretty obvious. So is anyone coming up for Magic Round? Place to Water Sports. Bringing you all the action as always. But yeah, if anyone's heading up to Brisbane for Magic Round, we could certainly look at organising some sort of party, some sort of hangout. If there were enough people heading up for it. Back underway. 2.5 to play. The Knights immediately send the ball wide. Pierce Paul slips, gets up and goes again. The Warriors, are they the real deal in 2025? We asked the question a fair bit. As the Knights spread it wide, nowhere to go. The Warriors' defense up to the task. Ponga down the short side. Dummies. Halasima doesn't fall for it. Halasima thumps him. Chase Waldron, ahoy there. Cogger out the back to Sharp. Feagai tries to step back in field. Offloads back for Sharp. Sharp is tackled on halfway. 5th and last. 1.5 minutes to go before this victory for the Warriors. Jarrell Bruning says up the Waz. Brand Tovo, 28. Ahoy there. 1 minute left. Warriors ball just outside their own 40. They've really switched off here, the Warriors. Look at them all flat-footed. You could throw a blanket over them, as they say. They're so tight in attack. But they've got the job done. A victory for the Warriors. And they have completely switched off. But fair enough. It's been a hell of a performance. Joseph Flint says up the Warriors. Inside the last minute. Barnett. He's not going to stop running. Storm Rabbitohs coming up next, indeed. Harris Tavita, nice flat pass there to Halasima. Halasima almost goes through. Oh, we nearly had our Halasima try. Fifth and last, crossfield kick. Harris Tavita, pinpoint accurate, but up the top over everybody is James Schiller. And he runs it back, beats one, beats two. Schiller still going. 10 out from the line. Best slips and does the splits and loses the ball. Well, that's unlucky there for Bradman Best. He slipped, did the splits, and dropped the ball all at the same time. And that will be full time. The Warriors, 26 points to 12. Sandor says, up the Waz, baby. 26-12, Warriors get the victory. And we are jumping straight over to the Melbourne Storm versus the Sydney Rabbitohs. They're ready to head out onto the field. I've got to get all my scoreboards and everything ready here for this next game because there's no time off in this one. Jumping straight on into it. Teams ready to come out onto the field. Mind you, there'll still be all the Anzac Day memorials and whatnot, the minute silence, the last post. So I do have some time here to get everything set up for this next game. Melbourne Storm and the Rabbitohs. I like the Melbourne Storm Anzac jersey. Someone was asking me about that earlier. I've just seen it now for the first time. Don't know about the Rabbitohs one. What do we think about that one? Amy Park, the Rabbitohs are 0 from 12 at Amy Park. I mean, that is just such a key statistic, right? 0 from 12. Can they get the job done tonight? Will this be lucky number 13? 13, of course, considered unlucky to some. Could 13 be the lucky number for the Rabbitohs? I had to change my bet up at the last moment. Kane Bradley ruled out. Stuart Falongo comes into the squad. Pretty happy with everyone else. Records are meant to be broken, says Sandor. Now that's the positive thinking that needs to be in the Rabbitohs lineup for this one. And that's what I was actually saying earlier. Like, this feels like a game made for Latrell Mitchell. Latrell loves the big moments. And if Wayne Bennett can't get him up for this one, as we said, records meant for breaking, right? I mean, Latrell talk about big moment. He would love to be part of that team that is the first to win in 13 attempts at this ground. Brandon Tovo, 28, has got Eli Katoa and Xavier Coates. Eli Katoa let me down badly last week. I got 3 of the 4 legs. And it was just Eli Katoa. That close he was, if we recall, in that game. Sandor reckons I should put 1,000 on Trell getting a double. Yeah, last time I put Trell for a double, he didn't even get 1. So I might just stick with the 1 and see how we go. We'll play it safe. There we go. We're all set. All set and ready to go. The final match of a huge, huge Anzac Day triple header. To the Anzacs. Some do the last post, a minute silence. I'll just have a nice big drink for our Anzacs. Brand Tovo says, nice choices. Tass was my bunny's try scorer. Very nice. Yeah, I reckon Tass, they love attacking down that edge, right? So that was my way of thinking there. Latrell back at fullback. And with the C next to his name, I think it could be a big game here tonight for Latrell. I'm almost talking myself into back in the bunnies. I've tipped the Storm. I'm almost talking myself into going for the Rabbitohs here. The way I keep talking. Ollie is the best, says Reed's been a cheeky monkey. Oh, I'll bet. I don't doubt that at all. Mr. Twirble's got Pappy, Trell, Coates, anytime try scorers. Frick Cheese says Sewer could be a liability. Time will tell, I suppose. I mean, Sewer Falongo last year, he was sort of like, what a find. How are we going to fit him into the team? And now it's, yeah, he certainly hasn't kicked on this year, has he, in fairness? But mind you, he set a very, very big bar for himself in year 1, didn't he? So we'll see. I'm sure in time he'll be just fine. Very keen to know what happened to Kane Bradley. Kane Bradley was initially announced out there on the wing. What's that? Left wing. Kane Bradley initially. Left or right? Yeah, left wing. So it was initially Kane Bradley. I had my initial bet voided. And it turns out it was obviously because Falongo entered the fray. What do we got? 5,420. Okay, I can do without that. Mookie says, should be a good game. Hopefully plenty of tries in this one. And I think we can all agree, hopefully, a lot less bunker involvement. A lot less bunker involvement, please. Brantovo says, what an upset from the Dolphins. That was the Dolphins. Oh, boy. Defeating the Panthers and the Storm. Credit to the Dolphins for sure. Almost done with the anthems here. Look at that rain pouring down. Wet weather. Does that play a factor? Wasted World of Sports, of course, for those of you who are new to the channel, just join us. We are live each and every week on YouTube, on TikTok, on Twitch, and on Facebook. Sandor says rugby league is too good. Good lot of fun, isn't it? Honestly, I still prefer my rugby union. I'm not going to lie. I'm still a union boy at heart. My preference to watch, my preference to play. But, I mean, it's a very close second, rugby league. Here we go. Jai Gray, keep an eye on him. Cody Walker out injured. Oh, 100% what I meant, Sandor. 100%. You'll find out later in the season when the rugby championship starts. If there's any rugby league on the same day that my All Blacks are playing, forget about it. I'm live streaming the All Blacks. Jerome Hughes, what a gun. Mookie, I started as a hooker when I was playing rugby league. And then when I went over to rugby union, I was an inside center. And then I discovered that I really, really love food. So I got bigger and bulkier. And I started to get further and further into the forwards until eventually I was a prop. It was quite funny watching my evolution. And then after high school, I slimmed down again and sort of started moving back out into the back line. Vincent Spears Music, ahoy, mate. Sua Falongo, his first appearance in 2025. Well, I'm assuming that means his first starting appearance. Freak Cheese says, of course it's raining. We've seen a lot of rain these games. Look at the size of Campbell Graham. Sometimes you forget just how big a man Campbell Graham is. So anyways, my same game multi on this one. I've got Isaiah Tass for obvious reasons. I've got Latrell Mitchell because I think he's going to have a big game. If he doesn't lift for this one, I don't know what will ever get him to lift outside of representative footy. Sua Falongo, just a straight swap for Kane Bradley, who I originally had. And Cameron Munster. Cameron Munster will be going toe-to-toe with Jai Gray, who plays his first game at 5'8". And I reckon Munster might just take advantage of the young fella. It sounded wrong, but you know what I mean. Kickoff and the Storm have first use of it. The wily old veteran, Cameron Munster, I reckon, will really test out Jai Gray. debuting at 5'8". He's obviously not debuting in the NRL, but a debut for Jai Gray in the 5'8" position. Whether or not he's played there in his juniors or what, I'm not sure. I can't speak for, but it is certainly his first hit out in the number 6 at NRL level. Despite the fact he's not even wearing the number 6, he's wearing number 14. Fifth and last here for the Storm. Good opening set. Solid. Hughes puts the kick downfield. And it's taken at the back by Bentley Hape, sorry. Gamer Mel says, let's go Melbourne. It was a solid opening set from the home side. Let's not forget, 0 from 12. South Sydney Rabbitohs. 0 wins from 12 attempts here at Amy Park. Can they get one on the board? Are streaks meant for breaking? We may just find out soon. Fifth and last for the Bunnies now on halfway. Latrell to take the kick. Puts it high into the corner, and it's taken by Falongo. His first touch. Tries to put the step on. Bellamy's already unhappy. Oh, Craig Bellamy already getting a bit fidgety up there in the coach's box. That's hilarious. Slow play the ball. That's Nick. Oh, Nick Meaney's got the headgear on. Nick Meaney returning tonight, and he's wearing the headgear. So there you go. That's a little unusual as Pappenhausen goes on a good dart. Fifth and last, 35 out. Hughes puts it high. Meaney is swooping through to put pressure on. It's been lost at the back by Bentley Hape, and it's been a double knock on. But the Melbourne Storm will get the ball here, I do believe. Back into midfield. Who's got the scrum? Nick Meaney isn't just wearing headgear. He's got the entire side of his face in some sort of shield. Early opportunity here for the home side. 10 metres out, midfield scrum, Melbourne ball. This could get ugly very, very quickly for the Rabbitohs. Munster to Falongo. Puts the step on. Falongo gets through. Jai Gray. Falongo gets up and goes again. He's called held. Has to go back and play it. Sua Falongo. What a start for him. On attack anyway. Defense, of course, is where the question marks are. Hughes to Liero. Inside ball for King. Midfield, 12 out. Melbourne. Bring it to the right. To Kamanu. A couple of meters short, just to the right of the post. Garlic with the short pass that's been spilt by Eli Katoa, but it's scooped up again by Garlic. Back in possession. Katoa from dummy half. Waste of a tackle, that one, but it sets up the final tackle play. Lined up to the left. Hughes with the crossfield kick. Coates is there. Coates takes it. Coates can't get the ball free. And that will be a handover. Well defended from the Rabbitohs. Xavier Coates. Oh, God. Craig Bellamy with his head in his hands already. They haven't even really done anything that wrong. He's a hard taskmaster there. Oh, bellyache. 4 minutes 40 gone, no score. Mitchell plays it. Scooting out of dummy half. Goes, and Mamazelis gets the offload away. Kepi up to halfway. He's wrapped up. 2 tackles left here for the Rabbitohs. God, Jaden Sullivan saw the defense swooping up on him. Fifth and last. Nick Meaney needs to be careful. That facial reconstruction. Shocking kick here from Latrell. It's allowed to bounce. It's batted back in field by Campbell Graham, and Isaiah Tass can't get the second kick away. And Wayne Bennett's got the poker face on. Shocker of a kick from Latrell. It almost worked out for them. But Tass just couldn't get the second kick to it. Melbourne down the short side. 5 minutes gone, no score here. Not looking like any score at the moment, as both teams just feeling each other out, as they say. Up over halfway. Josh King. Bruce says, who's going to win this one? I've tipped the Melbourne Storm. The South Sydney Rabbitohs are 0 from 12 at this venue. If you believe in venue hoodoo, as Hughes throws the big Harbour Bridge ball out to Meaney, who grubbers in for Faulongo, but Latrell tracking back, thumps it dead, and it'll be a goal line dropout. Nice end of set there for the Storm. So yes, Melbourne hard to beat at home, and the Rabbitohs have never done it at this venue. 0 from 12. And quite frankly, hard to imagine how that changes. Latrell with the short restart. Claimed by Xavier Coates. Mookie says went to World School Boys in 1998, played against George Smith. That must have been fun. I was the youngest on the team and the second fastest on our team. Under 21 comp. 21 and unders comp. Very nice. George Smith, eh? What a player. Hughes in midfield to Liero. Passes off to King. They're inside the 10. A couple of tackles left. Garlic from dummy half. Intercept by the Rabbitohs, and away goes Mamazulis. Gets the offload away for Kepi. They had just given away a 6 again as well there, the Rabbitohs. Oh, Mamazulis is down in back play as well. He's part of my fantasy team. wastedsports.com.au/games. Part of my fantasy team. We don't want him getting injured. Sullivan with the inside ball there to Ewan Aitken. Fifth and last, 40 out from the Storm line. Mitchell. What the hell was that kick from Latrell? And it bounces over the dead ball line for a 7-tackle set. Well, I did say at the top of the stream, if Wayne can't get Latrell up for this game and at his best, then Latrell officially only cares about representative football or finals football. He hasn't started well. He has not started well at all. Next Thursday, 7:30 p.m., Women's Origin 1. I've been trying to get Michelle to stream that one. I don't think she's interested. Up towards halfway, march the Storm. Here's Munster. Out the back it goes to Pappenhausen. Anderson steps back in field. Nice shape there for the Storm. Munster again takes the line on. Searching for Jai Gray. Jai Gray's hidden in defense. I can't help but notice he's not defending at 6. Fifth and last. The ball is high. Down Coates' edge. Coates takes it. And they just wait for him to catch it. All right, that is a risky. That's a risky play. You let Coates catch the ball. He is going to catch them napping at some point because he won't catch it. Basically, what's happening is the Rabbitohs are standing back and not competing the high ball with Coates. They're just letting him have it and then swamping him as soon as he catches it. He's not going to catch one. One of these times, he's just going to bat it back in field to an unmarked player for a try. That is a risky tactic here from the Rabbitohs. Gray through the hands now. Out to the left they go. Whiten will be tackled. Plays it for Bentley Harpe. Still inside their own half and an early... Oh, it's the fifth and last. Well, that crept up. Mitchell with the kick. Trapped by Pappenhausen with the knee. Fires an infield to Faulongo. A little upright into contact there. Sua Faulongo. 25 out from their own line here, the Storm. Coates brings it outside the 30. TKD is wondering if Ryan can score. Ryan Pappenhausen, of course. Absolutely he can. I don't have him in my multi. Doesn't matter if I think he'll score a try or not. I mean, I think he will. But he certainly can score a try. Up the middle goes it to Kamanu, bumping off one. 30 out from the line in midfield. Hughes puts it high. Contestable ball. Meany sweeps through, but it's taken by Latrell at the back. The Red Knight, ahoy mate. Interesting try scorer picks. You've gone with Jai Gray as a single. Well, I did explain the Red Knight, my reasons. There's a method to the madness in the try scorers for this one. We'll see if it pays off. TKD, you have Ryan with your rent money for 2 weeks. Oh, don't be doing that. I'm assuming you're only joking. But just in case you're not joking, yeah, don't be putting rent money on wages. As Sua Faulongo returns the ball here for the Storm. 12 minutes gone, no score. Surprisingly, I actually thought we'd get a lot of tries in this one. But it's very slow going at the moment. Pappenhausen on to Munster. Back inside to Anderson. Just short of the halfway. Sean Blaw into Rabbitohs territory. The Red Knight says surely it's got to be better than the last game for try scorers. You would hope so. Through the hands now in space for Faulongo. On the outside, steps back in field, beats Jai Gray. He's got support from Pappenhausen. And Ryan Pappenhausen with the first try. Well, TKD was asking if he can score. Not only can he score, he gets the first try of the match. Space down this right-hand edge for the Storm. Sua Faulongo stepping back in field. Jai Gray caught out a little bit defensively, but the entire Rabbitohs team caught out here. Nobody covering across. Some very lazy defenders back on the inside. And Pappenhausen goes over untouched. Well, that's really poor defense from the Rabbitohs and very concerning. Try confirmed. Brighton Pappenhausen. Melbourne Storm 4-0, kick to come. Yeah, that was just really, really poor there from the Rabbitohs. Once again, it's just a scenario of players thinking that the play is done. Everybody else will cover it off. It's all good. Latrell Mitchell overcommitting. I don't think there's anything to disallow this one, the Red Knight. I know what you mean, but I think that one was pretty clear-cut. Pappenhausen to convert his own try. Pops it over. And it is 6-0. Still going strong. All 3 games here tonight. Anzac Day triple header. Game ML. You need Pappenhausen to score 1 more. Coates to score 2. and Wishart to score in the second half. Wow. You've gone all in. I mean, let's hope that you don't get accused of being arrogant for having that many Storm players in the multi. As happened to me, of course. 6 points to 0. Storm in the lead. Pappenhausen with the opening try. And it's actually Pappenhausen 6, Rabbitohs 0. What it is. Try and conversion. Looking to offload there. Itikimanu spells it. Rabbitohs on the attack now. 20 out from the line. Mr. Twerble says just need Coates and Trell. I'll take one of those. Well, I don't care if they both score, of course, as long as I get my others as well. Rabbitohs can hit straight back here. Sullivan to Gray. Gray takes the line on. Oh, little Mighty Mouse. Taken down inside the 10. Sullivan. His players are slipping over everywhere. That was Totola. Manages to get back to his feet just in time to take the offload. Jai Arrow, half a metre out, just to the right of the post. A few tackles left still here for the Rabbitohs. Mamazelis sends it left for Gray. Flat pass to Kalamatangi. The offload to Jack Whiten. Well, what's happened here? That's got to be no try. It's going up as a try. Well, I'm pretty sure the bunker will be involved here. How did that ball get out to Jack Whiten? That's what we need to see. Tikamanu, unnecessary, pushing the pass. And they're lined up to the left here. Gray, a very flat pass. Oh, and back it goes to... No, that's fair. A flick pass. And Jack Whiten has scored. The Rabbitohs have hit right back. A mistake from the Storm put them in this position. Craig Bellamy is going to be furious. They have allowed the Rabbitohs straight back into this one. The Red Knight asks if Jai Gray's played in this position before. Definitely not at NRL level. I can't speak for his junior level games. I don't know if he started playing juniors at 5'8". As Latrell from the sideline puts this one on target. It's hooking, it's slicing, it hits the post and goes through. Oh, he loves it, Latrell. 6 points all. So I can't speak for his junior years, but yeah, he definitely, it's definitely his first time at NRL level. Frick Cheese says, shout out to Sua. I'm assuming that Frick Cheese there is blaming Sua Falongo for that defensive effort. 6 points apiece, 17 and a half gone. Craig Bellamy will understandably be furious at that little section of play. No doubt about it. The Rabbitohs back in it. All squared up. 6 apiece. Out to the 30 on play 4. Outside of that set of 6, though, they've not really been making any inroads. 5th and last. Jai Gray goes on a run. Nearly gets caught. Gets the kick down to Pappenhausen on the bounce. Pappenhausen heads across field. Offloads to Anderson. Anderson gets away from one. Gives it to Coates in midfield. That's a nice kick return. 30 out from their own line, the Storm. And then they've fluffed it up with that play. Munster, straight up the middle, goes Munster in open space. Gets away from another. Munster, 30 out. Tackled on the 20. Still going Munster. And Kalaumatangi wrestles him to ground. Slow play the ball. Looking for the 6 again. Here's back inside to Pappenhausen. 10 out from the line. Oh, Cameron Munster just made something out of nothing there. Garlic down the short side. Katoa can't get through. 5th and last. 5 meters out, lined up to the left. Here the Storm. Hughes with the crossfield kick, looking for Coates. Coates bats it back, but then they've lost it forward. The Rabbitohs have it a meter out, and they get the penalty for high contact. Up there, Gazali, Xavier Coates. He might be afraid of snakes, but he's definitely not afraid of the high ball. Fabulous work in the air. Six all it remains. Penalty to the Rabbitohs. And that will, if that's high contact, it seems like it'll be a... Oh, he's copped a poke in the eye. Jaden Sullivan, poor fella. Cheeky little poke in the eye. What's happened there? I thought he was on the receiving end of the high contact, so I was figuring that he might have to go off, but just a poke in the eye. Shonda, thank you very much for the rose. Cheers for that. Over there on TikTok. Realized I could center myself a bit more on TikTok as the Rabbitohs now 40 out from the line on the attack again. Gray inside ball for Whiten. Whiten beats one. Lewis Kelly Brew. OMG, what is my team doing? Who's your team, Lewis? Melbourne Storm? They're not doing too badly, just that one mistake. That one mistake just happened to lead to a try. And I'm pretty sure as this kick is batted back from Campbell Graham, it's still 5th and last. Numbers here for the Rabbitohs. Whiten flicks it on to Bentley Harpe, who spills it. Yes. There was a pushed pass from Atikamanu, which will surely be straight in the Q rack. He will never do that again, you would hope. But outside of that, the Storm have been in control. DJ Shack says around the grounds, Mark Talea has been sent from the field for a spear tackle on Tim Ryan. There you go, a red card for Mark Talea. And it is the Storm. 40 meters out. By the way, speaking of Storm, I did hear a little bit of thunder just outside the studio just now. Palongo takes it up to halfway. Tackle for Reds leading 14-7 over the Blues, eh? Crazy. 5th and last, 40 out, short side. Hughes, they're going on a little bit of a run before Hughes puts the kick up. And Latrell takes it. Braces for impact and then offloads for Bentley Harpe. And Harpe is tackled inside the 10. Hads, 1, 2, 3. Lost all your multis today. Oh, mate. Lost the first game by 1 leg. I had 4 try scorer legs. Lost by 1. The second game got 0 ticks in a 3-legger. So far this game, 0 ticks in a 4-legger. I know the pain. 5th and last, Rabbitohs kick from just outside the 40. This is going to go dead for a 7-tackle set. Well, Latrell does not have the kicking boots. Latrell does not have the kicking boots tonight. 23 minutes gone. Utikamanu. No more stupid offloads from Utikamanu. Guaranteed. I mean, outside of that, in all honesty, no disrespect to the Rabbitohs, the game is still only a quarter of the way gone, but they hadn't looked like scoring up until that point, and they haven't looked like it since. As Pappenhausen scoops up the bounce pass. 30 metres out now on play 3. Here's to the line. Crunched in the tackle. That was a hell of a hit. 20 metres out, they stay short side. Sean Bloor looks to get the arms free. Just hold on to it. Fifth and last. Get to your kick. Get to your end of set. Back to basics for a couple of sets. Here's with the crossfield kick. Katoa spills it backwards and Latrell Mitchell swoops on it. Mitchell brings it out to the 15. Plays it to nobody. Jai Gray appears. Mighty Mouse out of nowhere. Campbell Graham down the short side. Tackle just outside the 30. Here's Jai Gray. Through the hands now. Whiten steps back in field. Kalamatangi offloads for Mitchell. That's not Mitchell, sorry. That's Moale. Tackle 4. Straight up the middle. Fifth and last now. 40 outs. And Latrell has lost the kicking duties. This time it goes to Jaden Sullivan. And Coates takes it. They're there to meet him immediately upon kick receipt. And the Storm will start their set on their own 10. Nice step from Anderson's Carpets. But still, trapped inside their own half for now. The Storm just lost a little bit of that momentum that they had. Pappenhausen, he's somebody that could win it back for them. Beats the first defender. Now here's inside ball for Falongo, up on halfway. Fifth and last. Hughes is going to run and go straight up the middle. Hughes, he's got support from Pappenhausen. The kick over the top. The bounce is battered dead by the Rabbitohs. Bailey Bentley Hape wins the race. Oh, boy. Jerome Hughes is so good. A result here, a repeat set. Jerome Hughes is so good. Rabbitohs go deep with the restart. It bounces up over halfway. And King bumps off the first tackler. Carries it to the 40. Good field position here to start the set. 30 meters out from the line. Trent Liero runs the 45-degree angle. 6 again. They're inside the 10, the Rabbitohs. Munster, flat pass there for Bloor. Stands in the tackle. 5 meters out. Munster out the back again to Hughes. Pappenhausen looping around. And Katoa out to Falongo. Stops and looks at the touch judge, but then goes again. Falongo trying to sell the mistake, I think. Tackled inside the 10. Josh King bobbles the ball. Manages to hold on. They're a metre short here, the Storm. Hughes at first receiver. Grubber kick in behind the line, and Latrell Mitchell sliding across the turf. Takes the ball and will play it a metre out. Well defended there. Well diffused from Latrell Mitchell. Back in his preferred position tonight, of course. There at fullback. Jai Gray, who's been sensation so far in 2025, moving into 5/8. Cody Walker, of course, out injured. Fifth and last now. Havili loses it. Play on. Mamazoulis wrapped up with the ball. The home crowd boos. Not happy with that call. You quite often see those get called knock-ons. And the kick down to Pappenhausen. Traps it with his boot. Brings it back outside the 30. Calls Coates on the inside, but it's a decoy. Nobody fell for it. 28 and a half gone. 6 all. low-scoring game seems like we're in for here. We thought it was going to be the opposite. Storm on halfway. Joe Chen. 35 out. He'll play it. Liero to Hughes. Flat pass to Katoa. 20 from the line. Fifth and last. Munster with the crossfield kick. It's on Coates' wing, but Coates is nowhere near it. It's been lost forward by the Storm. And this will be the Rabbitohs ball inside their own 10. Vincent Spears Music says, weird fact, but I'm rewriting the Star Wars sequel trilogy. Rewriting the Star Wars sequel trilogy. Well, there you go. That is a random fact. From inside their own 20 here, the Rabbitohs, some expansive play. Edge-to-edge stuff. They say that you've got to earn the right to go wide. That is, of course, rugby union. Don't know how that equates to rugby league. As Havili takes it over halfway. Fifth and last. Sullivan with the high ball. Kicking to Coates for some reason. I don't know why you would put a high ball to Coates, who offloads to Pappenhausen, and he throws it forwards. Well, Xavier Coates. Another mistake by the Melbourne Storm down their own end. The last mistake led to a try. Good this one. Oh, fairly blatant forward pass, that one. Jeez. Approaching half-time as well. I mean, that is Melbourne shooting themselves in the foot there. Scrum down, 15 out. Gray sends it right, wraps around, but it's a dummy. And Havili, I believe that might be there. No, that's, Latrell. Good Lord. Shouldn't be getting him confused with anybody, should I? Moale in midfield. 6 more. The Rabbitohs could take the lead here. Sullivan has to surrender as he ran around the back of his own player. 10 meters out. Mamazoulis. Havili gets the offload back for Duncan. And here's Gray. Gray's got some pace, but he's headed backwards. Now he straightens. Tries to duck under a couple of tackles. 10 meters out. Mitchell at first receiver. Onto Moale. 5 out from the line here on play 3. It's still on here for the Rabbitohs. They go left. Sullivan shows it inside. Goes out to Whiten. Whiten with a huge don't argue. Has the ball batted out. And Bailey Bentley Humpback dives on it to score. The ball has been knocked out by Melbourne. And this will be a try to the Rabbitohs. Referee has sent it up as no try. Jack Whiten with a huge fend. Jack Whiten has just monstered the defender. Who was it? The ball's been knocked out by Melbourne. And Bailey Bentley Hape scoops up the loose ball and scores. Plants it down. Try for the Rabbitohs. Bailey Bentley Hape. 2 mistakes from Melbourne down their own end. 2 tries. Crazy. The Rabbitohs are going to go into the halftime break. Well, potentially. There's still 8 minutes left of the first half. But the Rabbitohs could be going into this halftime break with the lead in the match. Without, it was Nick Meaney. Nick Meaney just got monstered by Jack Whiten. A big don't argue. Wow. Jack Whiten. What a play. $10 to 6. Kick to come. Latrell with the conversion attempt. Hooks it off horribly across the face of the posts, and it remains 10 to 6. 7 minutes to go till the halftime break. Philip West says Storm. Oh, that look on Craig Bellamy's face. It is not coming together for the Storm at the moment. From the restart, though, the Rabbitohs have nearly made a mess of it. But they retain possession. 7 minutes to play until the break, or 6.5 to be precise. 10 to 6, the Rabbitohs lead. McLovin, the try scorer, was Bailey Bentley Harpe for the Rabbitohs, who got the try. 40 out from their own line now. Play 4. Tallis Duncan. Tackled. Straight up the middle there. Harvili. 5th and last. Just inside Storm territory. Now, is this a penalty for taken out after the kick? No, says the referee. Still 5th and last as Sullivan claims the high ball, and now it's a handover. No call on that late contact on Mitchell, which, look, fair enough. I don't think it should have been called. It's just we do see those get called quite regularly in 2025, don't we? So there would have been some nervous times there for Melbourne. All eyes were on the referee there as that ball was headed to ground. 5 to go until the break. Liero takes it inside Rabbitohs territory. They've just got to get back to basics here, the Storm, what they were doing to start the match. As Munster dummies and takes the line on. That's tackle 4. Hughes. He's caught with the ball. Well wrapped up there by Kalaumatangi. 5th and last. Down the short side for Pappenhausen. To Grubber into the corner. Needs it to sit up, and it does. And Latrell just bats it dead. Nice kick from Pappenhausen. Result for the Storm. Beautiful work there from Pappenhausen. And that's what they need to do. Just back to basics. Get to your end of set. Put a nice kick in. You either get a result or you keep the opposition pinned down their end of the field. Mitchell goes short with the restart. Doesn't find 10, and it's out on the full by a long way. Well, he is overcooking all kinds of kicks tonight. He's given away 7 tackle sets. He's put balls out on the full. Yet the Rabbitohs still find themselves on top here as Munster dummies. And that's tackle 1. 10 meters out from the line in midfield. Dutch the Gamer, ahoy there. Wasted World of Sports, of course, live on YouTube, live on TikTok, live on Twitch, live on Facebook. Storm play at a meter out. Munster, 6 more tackles again. Munster happy to just surrender and reset. 5 out in front of the posts. Garlic on the crash ball. The ball spills out the back, but it's been swept on by Pappenhausen. Pappenhausen picks up the scraps. And a penalty to the Storm. High contact. Now that's a few 6 agains. And now a full penalty. The Rabbitohs might have to be careful down this end of the field. Carlos says, please. Surely Storm wins. Garlic taps and goes inside to Katoa. And Eli Katoa will play it 5 meters out to the right of the post. Rabbitohs up quickly. Are they up too quickly? Through the hands now. Munster to Pappenhausen. He's got Sean Bloor off the shoulder. Offloads to Coates, and Coates in the corner scores the try. We're all locked up again. Melbourne hit back. Xavier Coates with the try. Right on the stroke of halftime. Well, just before. A couple of minutes still left to play. And it was Sean Bloor who got through the gap. Well fed by Pappenhausen. Maybe slightly forward, but we'll play on there. And the last pass, Sean Bloor got the arms free. Xavier Coates in the corner. Try time. 2 tries apiece. 10 all. Conversion to come. Try confirmed. Craig Bellamy will be, I mean, he won't show it, but he will be a little happier now after that. Pappenhausen from the sideline. A chance to convert. To put the Storm ahead. Favourite side for a right-footed kicker. Pappenhausen. It's on target. It hits the upright and bounces away. So close. 10 all going into the halftime break. Although there's still a minute to play. Anything could happen yet. Do the Rabbitohs risk a short restart? Probably not. But we'll see. And after game number 1, where we got 3 of the 4 ticks of the multi, we got 0 ticks on game 2. And we're going into halftime with no ticks off the multi yet. Here in this one. A minute to play. Rabbitohs. Traditional restart. Munster takes it. Fires it off into midfield. 2 passes across the face of posts. Risky stuff. That cost them earlier. I'm surprised they did that again. Bringing it outside their own 20. The Storm. Some flat passing going on here. Trent Liero bumps off the first defender. Munster finds half a gap. Offloads. Back to Garlic. In midfield. This is old McDonald. McDonald almost goes through. Hughes with the double pump, and the cutout pass beats everybody into touch. Falongo's like, I wanted the kick through, mate. I wanted the kick through. 6 again, smacks away, mate. The Storm are still rumbling, just not quite striking like they used to. Last play before the halftime break. Mitchell heads across field. Stands in the tackle, and that'll be halftime. 10 apiece at the break, I think, is relatively fair. A fair reflection of how this game's gone. The Bunnies... Oh, Craig Bellamy's not happy. In the hands. I understand he's never happy, but... Head in the hands, he can't believe what's going on. How's he going to approach this halftime talk? The No, it's been a good game. It's been an intense battle. Neither team willing to give an inch. I feel like Melbourne, you would have to consider, are just slightly on top. I mean, the 2 tries that the Rabbitohs have scored, and this is no disrespect to the Rabbitohs at all. No disrespect to the Rabbitohs at all. But the 2 tries that they've scored have been off the back of stupid Melbourne errors. Outside of those stupid Melbourne errors, the Rabbitohs haven't really been down that end of the field. The Storm are creating more opportunity so far in this one. Carlos, it's your birthday, is it? Your birthday game, so you hope the Storm can get the win for you. Ah, well, happy birthday, Carlos. Hopefully they can get the win for you then, in that case. And a very happy birthday to you. A birthday drink for Carlos. Yeah, hopefully they get the victory for you. All right, let me find out what all the commotion is out here. What's going on out there? What's all this, huh? What's all this noise? Hey? What's all this noise? What's happening out there? You're all good? You're all good. Six Against Max says Munster leading the sideline talk to prep the boys for the bellyache spray. Yeah, I did notice that they were they being the Melbourne Storm, I did notice that they were sort of lingering on the field. They didn't want to go off at halftime, and who can blame them? I mean, can you imagine going off, popping a spray? I can only imagine what gets said, right, in those halftime talks. The absolute worst thing, chat room, I'd love to hear your stories as well. I'd love to hear your stories. The absolute worst thing that was ever said to me, and this is so tame. It's so tame, it's barely worth sharing. But my coach got so furious at me. But my coach was a good guy. He was a nice guy. So to see him even lose his temper was unusual. What he said to me was so absolutely nothing. I obviously let a couple of guys run past me. Hang on. I obviously missed a couple of tackles or something, or I wasn't pushing up hard enough in the defensive line. And anyway, I just hear this scream from the sideline. He's like, "You! Do you want a pillow? Get up on him." Very tame, I know. But this was a guy that you never saw lose his cool at all over anything. He, for some reason, just got so furious at me. He had to be there. But that's the worst thing that was ever said to me as a player by a coach. So really not that bad. I can only imagine what gets said by Bellamy. Some of the times there in those changing rooms, or players getting slapped in the face. We've seen that happen before. Penrith Garb 930 says, "What do you think of the game?" I've been enjoying it. I mean, some people might label it as boring, but I'm enjoying the tight, tense tussle. I mean, obviously, it's devastating for my multi because we want lots of try scorers for my multi. 6 again. Smacks says, not in footy, but my wrestling coach hit me with, you hustle like a sloth on a smoke break. I like that. You hustle like a sloth on a smoke break. That's a good one. I might have to steal that one. I'll keep that aside for some of the calls if I see someone running slow. But yeah, Penrith Garbs, outside of that, it's been a good game. Like, some of the best games that I can remember, they don't have to be like 42 points to 26 or something, you know, with lots of tries. 10 points all at halftime, 2 tries apiece. I mean, this is footy. This is what it's all about. Just those big moments. I loved the grand final last year, right? I loved the grand final last year. A lot of people said that last year's grand final was boring. I loved it. RTS World says, hey, who scored for the Storm? Try scorers in this one. Ryan Pappenhausen scored the first try. And Xavier Coates. Xavier Coates got the second try. For the Rabbitohs, if anyone's interested, Bailey Bentley Harpe and Jack Whiten, I believe, was the other try scorer for the Bunnies. Jack Whiten's been immense in this game. Having a really good shout. Mitch D says, do you think the Bunnies can win this game? Well, hey, going into halftime, 10 points apiece. It is still absolutely anybody's ball game, of course. So, of course, they can win it. My concern for the Rabbitohs in this game is that the 2 tries, their 2 tries have come off the back of, and I'm going to be careful with how I say this because I don't want to make it sound like they haven't earned the tries. That's not what I'm suggesting at all. But the Rabbitohs' 2 tries have both been off the back of Storm mistakes inside their own 10. If Melbourne don't make those mistakes to give the Bunnies that opportunity, and look, you've still got to be good enough to take the opportunity. And that's why I'm being very careful of how I say this, because I don't want to make it sound like they haven't deserved it. They have. I just think if you take those silly mistakes out, the Rabbitohs have spent the majority of this first half down their own end of the field and not in try-scoring opportunity. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the second half. The Rabbitohs, if they're going to go on and win this game, they need to create more opportunities. You can't rely on the opposition. Whether you're playing the Storm, whether you're playing the Knights, doesn't matter. You can't rely on the opposition to make mistakes to be your try-scoring opportunities, if that makes sense. They're going to have to create some of their own at some point. And that's my concern for the Rabbitohs at the moment, is they just haven't. Mitch, I support the Sharks. Yeah, it's a tough life. And they've won 1 premiership. I'm very grateful that I got to see 1 premiership. Another one at some stage would be nice, but yeah, I know that it's a fair way off for the Cronulla Sharks there. All right, halftime, 10 points apiece. It's going to be a big second half. Or to be a fly on the wall for the Craig Bellamy spray at halftime. Mitch D asked what I thought of the Broncos win yesterday. Yeah, look, I would be very interested to know how that game went without that early mistake from the Bulldogs. It's hard to get a read on that game. Look, the Broncos were obviously well up for it. And I'm not taking anything away from them intentionally. Broncos were obviously up for it. Reynolds was immense. Xavier Willison was actually my man of the match. I thought he was brilliant. Probably Xavier Willison's best game, in my opinion. And he's had some other good ones, but that, I think, was hands down his best. Selwyn Cobbo at fullback. I mean, isn't it amazing what you can do with a proper fullback? Like Reece Walsh, surely. Reece Walsh is obviously going to be back in the team, but I mean, surely you watch that game and go, how can we possibly, apart from injuries, how can we possibly have Reece back in this team? Because Selwyn Cobbo is just so much better in every single facet of the game. But the writing was on the wall, right? I mean, it was wet conditions. For some reason, I still don't understand why the Bulldogs decided that they're going to play expansive from inside their own 10-meter line on the first set of 6. Drop the ball. Broncos score a minute and a half in. And it was just this roll on after that. Snowball effect, as 6 Against Smack says. So I would love to see that game over again. And with the benefit of hindsight, saying to the Bulldogs, like, you know that it's pissing down out there. Maybe don't throw the ball across the face of the post. But that being said, Broncos looked a lot better with Cobbo at the back. A lot better. Out of the current top 4, what team do you think is most likely to drop down to the bottom 9 by the end? Well, the current top 4 is the Bulldogs, Warriors, Broncos, Storm. And I can't imagine any of them, in all honesty, dropping to the bottom 9. I guess, as much as I don't want to say, you'd have to pick the Warriors out of those 4. If we're talking bottom 9, I mean, I've got the Bulldogs, Broncos, and Storm all comfortably making the 4. I've got the Warriors making the 8, but my back's against a wall here. I have to pick somebody. Steezy says, just because the Bulldogs won 6 in a row doesn't mean they're good. No, that's absolutely correct, Steezy. The fact that they've got a good squad and they're a good team means they're good. The 6 in a row wasn't a fluke. They're definitely not a bottom 9 team, which was the question presented to me. Okay, now who do I think in the bottom 9 could make the top 4? Oh, easy. Panthers could still make the top 4. That's a given. Panthers haven't had a full-strength squad all year yet. And they still won't this week. But the competition is so tight. Teams are taking wins away from each other. So I still reckon that the Panthers are a red-hot shot at the top 4. Mr. Twirbel says percentage chance of Latrell scoring. Well, I've got him in my multi, so probably goddamn 0. Anyway, teams are back out for the second half. I've got to have a quick break. I'll be back right before kickoff. Told you I'd be back. I should get a little drinks fridge in here so that I don't have to keep leaving. And from the kickoff, it's into touch. Melbourne, from the kickoff, have got themselves a result. Melbourne Storm kickoff in the second half, and the Rabbitohs have taken it into touch here. Campbell Graham tries to flick it back in field, and I'll tell you what, he got very close. Lynn Laura says, I hope Panthers will make it to the top 8. They will. They absolutely will. Big Dan says Panthers all day, bro. 100%. Oh, people are honestly enjoying the Panthers not dominating the competition, I'm sure. But they'll be in the 8. They'll be in the 8. Scrum down here for the Storm. Hughes breaks away to the right. Cut out pass to Faulongo. Faulongo for the corner. Jai Gray with a try-saving tackle. Jai Gray with a try-saving tackle prevents Faulongo from getting to the corner. Sua Faulongo, he's claiming it, but I think he's telling Porky Pies here. The feet are in touch. There's not much in this, says Phil Gould, as Sua Faulongo's entire leg is over the sideline. Jai Gray, what a try-saving effort that was. Wasted World of Sports, Mitch, to answer your question live every weekend on YouTube, on TikTok, on Twitch, and on Facebook. So the Rabbitohs have survived an early scare in the second half. 10-all it remains. Jai Gray's hurt himself as well in the process of that try-saving tackle. He is limping in back play, noticeably limping. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. Faulongo did not score. He went into touch. And the Rabbitohs are in possession. Havili up over halfway on the 5th and last. To Mitchell for the kick. Puts it high down the middle of the field. Faulongo takes it and he's met by Jack Whiten. Storm back in possession, but they've lost all that ground. Starting this set 10 out from their own try line. Two minutes gone in the second half. Old McDonald out to the 40. Straight up the middle and beating one. A good strong carry here for the Storm. 5th and last on halfway. They stay short side for Hughes to put it high. Contestable kick. And it's been snuffed out of the air by Eli Katoa. And Katoa will score to break the deadlock. Eli Katoa wins the battle in the air. And out of absolutely nowhere, there was nothing happening there. It was just a stock standard high ball. Jerome Hughes from halfway puts it high. And Eli Katoa is onside. So this is play on. And who has he outleapt? Oh, he's gone straight over the top of Bailey Bentley Hartbay. Eli Katoa breaks the deadlock early in the second half. Storm with the try. Scrap odds on Tass to score. Well, he's in my multi, so probably 0. I'm afraid to say triple header here on Anzac Day. We got 3 out of 4 legs in game 1. Haven't had a single leg hit since. Cam Wildblood How's Grant Anderson looking? You need him for a try. He's looking okay. Grant Anderson, the entire Storm backline's looking okay. I think the second half should open up. We'll see a few more tries, I reckon, as Pappenhausen converts. 16 points to 10 now. The Storm leads. Yeah, Anderson's carpets. It could happen. Could happen. I reckon anyone from the Storm backline is a possibility. Walker Puro says need Mitchell and Campbell Graham with the Bunnies to win. Oh, boy. Mitchell and Campbell Graham. Fingers crossed for you. Hopefully that works out. I need Latrell Mitchell for mine too, obviously. So we'll see how that goes. Try scorer there was Eli Katoa. Katoa got the score there for the Storm. Scoreboard issues. Fifth and last, the ball downfield, tapped back by the Storm, and it's called a knock on. The Rabbitohs. What a let-off for them that was. $16 points to 10. And the Rabbitohs spill it on tackle one. Oh, that's a big mistake. 16-10, a spilt ball, and here come the Storm now. They could really put the dagger in here. Liero hands it off inside. 25 from the line. Big defense from the Rabbitohs. 6 more tackles. Down the short side they go. 10 out, the Melbourne Storm. Hughes in midfield. Back inside to Joe Chan. Held up 5. Bronson Garlick fires it out to the right. Pappenhausen at first receiver. Running out of options. Has to cut back in field. 6 more tackles. Munster, dummies. Cuts back in field. Munster caught. Oh, his pants are down. 5 meters out to the left of the post. Hughes. Short ball for Blore. A meter from the line. They got a 6 again in there as well. That's tackle 2. Munster at first receiver. The double pump out the back for Liero. Hughes slips as he passes on to Pappenhausen. And Nick Meaney spills the ball. Oh, Nick Meaney, what a goof. All right, we're trying to get this scoreboard sorted out because it crashed. It's 16 points to 10. And what the hell is that saying? It's like the blue screen of death. Error 403. Error 403, this web app has stopped responding. Interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll try and get that fixed up. The Rabbitohs, though, diffuse that situation, and they're in possession. But the Storm defense, the home side, ready to just break away with this one. The Rabbitohs Just holding on by a thread. Yeah, we'll figure that out. Good old HTTP error. Fifth and last. High ball down the middle of the field. Pappenhausen lets it bounce, and a lucky bounce there for the Melbourne Storm. That could have gone anywhere. And Xavier Coates happy to run away with it. Pappenhausen wanted no part of it. It's carried back now to the 30-meter line. Pappenhausen very heavily involved. It's the Storm taken up now towards the halfway line. Joe Chan stands in the tackle again. Hughes onto Katoa. Back to Hughes on the wraparound. Space down the right-hand side, but Faulongo cuts back in field. Sua Faulongo goes straight through, and he's got support from Wishart. Wishart falls on his face, but it's a penalty to the Storm. A penalty against Latrell Mitchell. Oh, where's Gamer Mel? She needed Tyron Wishart for that try. Very nearly got it. Faulongo in open space. And taken out after the pass. Latrell could be in a little bit of trouble here. The high contact on Faulongo, even though mitigating circumstances. Slipping into contact. I can't imagine this will be 10 in the bin. Yeah, Carlos working out the scoreboard. High contact, shoulder to the face, on report and 10 in the bin. Well, that is a harsh 10. That is a harsh 10. There were clearly mitigating circumstances there. I mean, Sua Faulongo is off the field for HIA, obviously. But there were clear mitigating circumstances. Latrell Mitchell, 10 in the bin. Do they take the 2 here, the Storm? It's early in the second half. Down the tunnel trots Latrell. Yeah, I don't know about that send-off or the sin bin. And they are taking the 2. Brian Pappenhausen to step up and put this one over. Brand Tovo, awesome. You need Katoa and Xavier Coates. Anytime try scorer came through. Nice one, Brand Tovo. As Pappenhausen from right in front puts this one over. And it's the Melbourne Storm now in the lead. 18 points to 10. Built themselves a nice little buffer. Let's see if it's the NRL website's down at the moment. Okay. There you go. Struggles with the NRL website. 18-10, back underway. We'll keep you posted on that one. Melbourne Storm are up 18 points to 10. Scoreboard issues. that I'm sure will get sorted in due time. Melbourne up over halfway. Wishart to Munster. Munster carries it strong to the 30. Hughes on the 5th and last. 25 out. Puts it high. Again, the Rabbitohs don't attack the high ball. They're happy for Coates to just take it. And Xavier Coates, he's just going to bat one of those back sometime. And it's going to be havoc for them. Yeah, UFC, I don't control the scoreboard. It's a third party, so I just piggyback off a website for it. That website is down, therefore scoreboard is down. There we go. I think it should be back up now. I figured it wouldn't be down for very long. $18-10. Melbourne Storm in the lead. I'll probably have to update everything else now as well. Oh, the Rabbitohs have not found touch here for the penalty. When things go bad, they go bad. And when they get worse, by God, it's diabolical. The Rabbitohs failing to find touch. $53 minutes gone, 18-10. Latrell Mitchell in the sin bin, of course. Offload from the Storm. 40 out from the line. Munster, flat pass there for Blore. And it's called forward, as a matter of fact. Forward pass from Sean Blore. Tabmata. No, Latrell Mitchell got sent off. Oh, did Fulongo go off? Yeah. Sua Fulongo went off for HIA. But Latrell Mitchell was sent for 10. For high contact. Which I think was very, very harsh. Fulongo was definitely slipping into contact. There were clearly mitigating factors. Brad Dove, 22. Who's playing better out of the two? Oh, the Storm have definitely been the better team, deserving of an 8-point lead. The Rabbitohs, their only 2 tries really have come from Melbourne Storm errors. Not to take anything away from those 2 tries, but it's been... The 2 tries have been off mistakes inside their own 10 by the Melbourne Storm. I think Fulongo should be back. Yes. Fulongo should be back. It didn't seem like heavy contact. The HIA would have just been mandatory. So he should get some time back at the end of the game. As the Rabbitohs have a penalty here, 35 out. And they plug it into touch. No thought of taking the 2 just to make it that 6-point difference. They put it into touch, 15 out. They tap and go. Kalamatangi, a couple of meters short. Slow play the ball here on tackle 1. They'll also just be winding down the clock, of course. Totola stands in the tackle, 10 meters out. The Storm need troops over on this right-hand edge. 6 more tackles for the Rabbitohs. Crash ball. Tallis Duncan falls short. A meter out. They stay on the short side. Jai Gray gets the 6 again. Goes back open side for Whiten. Gets away from Meany. Gets away from a second, and Jerome Hughes brings him down. 6 again for inside the 10. Kalamatangi beats 1. 56 minutes gone. 10 meters out. Here come the Bunnies now. Jai Gray out the back to Isaiah Tass, who's chopped down. Can't get his way through the line. Campbell Graham from dummy half scoops it up. Heads back towards the post. 5 meters out here on play 4. Sullivan. Oh, I don't think he wanted it, Sullivan. He was the decoy, but he got it. 5th and last. 4 meter loss on that set. Crossfield kick from Whiten. It's batted back, and it's there for Kalamatangi, but it's been lost forward by the Rabbitohs. Handover. And they didn't really fire a shot there, the Rabbitohs. Nothing of note. Melbourne back in possession. Still inside their own half, though. Reverse commentator's curse, UFC. Well, I said it. I don't control it. It's a third party, so I figured that they were going to get onto it pretty quickly. Penalty now for the Storm. Markers not square. This will be a nice little piggyback upfield for them. Tyron Wishart, nice vision. Latrell Mitchell, he's back out of the tunnel. He'll be back onto the field very, very shortly. Storm fine touch, just short of halfway. And off they go. Joe Chan carries it to the 40. Tries to Milky Magua penalty. Nothing doing there, Joe. Oh, it did work. They get a 6 again. Well, I've seen it all now. Joe Chan. Farmer Chan. Atikamanu has never tried another offload all night long. Down the short side. Hughes out the back to Pappenhausen. Space now for Grant Anderson, who dives for the corner and spills the ball. Grant Anderson's dropped it. Craig Bellamy can't believe it. He's leaving the coach's box. Oh, who is it in the TikTok chat that needed Grant Anderson? Because he's gone goofed. All he had to do was dive to the corner. He didn't need to showboat. He's tried for the highlight reel dive, and the ball has popped free. What a let-off there for South Sydney. Tab Mata. You're the one that needed Anderson. I'm pretty sure somebody in the TikTok chat room needed him as well. There were quite a few people on Grant Anderson tonight. Smelly Brother 21, shout out. Cheers. Gamer Mel, you would have won a bet. See, even the YouTube chat needed Grant Anderson. You would have won a bet with Anderson going over. How painful. Had he just dived normally instead of doing the showboat dive for the corner, you would have had it there, Gamer Mel. As we've got one of the Souths players staying down here, appealing for a penalty for pressure on the neck. The referee not interested in the slightest. He didn't care at all. Totola up over halfway. They're 45 out now, the Bunnies. 5th and last. The high ball. Targeting Anderson, and he spills it. It's there for Sullivan, who drops it as well. Penalty against South Sydney, though. Penalty to the Storm. And Latrell Mitchell returns to the field. Sin bin over. Oh, contact in the air. That's what the penalty's for. Grant Anderson already was losing possession of that, but you can't make contact with the catcher in the air. It's as simple as that. 20 minutes left to play. 8 points the difference. Melbourne. controlling the flow of things at the moment. Down the short side, Katoa tries to step into the open spaces, but can't get through. 40 metres out from the Bunnies line. Hughes out the back, it goes to Munster. Fires it across to Joe Chan. Gets away from the tackle. Brought to ground by Sullivan. Desperation attempt to bring him down. Fifth and last, 25 out. Hughes dinks it in over the top. Contestable ball. Mitchell grabs it. Oh, Latrell's done well there. Freshly back onto the field after a little spell in the sin bin. And now Latrell Mitchell versus Tikamanu. Oh, you want to see that. Craig Bellamy's got his hand in his head again. Or his head in his hands. Whichever way. Either way works. And Latrell Mitchell there, he got Utikamanu to arc up. Oh, no. Suafalongo ruled out, failed his HIA. Well, it seemed like such an innocuous hit. Suafalongo ruled out of the game, failed his HIA. That's crazy. 62 minutes gone. 20 meters out. Rabbitohs play it. Here's Sullivan on to Mitchell. Cutout pass. Bounces to Campbell Graham, who's now on the wing. And he'll take the fifth and last inside the 10. Right on this near touchline. Mitchell with the grubber kick. Pappenhausen perfectly placed. And Pappenhausen returns it outside the 10. Ryan Pappenhausen positioned perfectly there. Tab Mata, I know, right? Dua Falongo ruled out. HIA failed. 17 minutes to play. Storm up by 8. Let's see if the try scorers are still there. Yes, they are. 3-2. The tries. And we've had Latrell sitting down in the sin bin. Fifth and last here. Hughes from inside the 40. Well taken in the end by Bentley Harpe as he was falling to ground. So he's done well in the end there, Bailey. But the Rabbitohs, again, it comes back to that first half. I was saying their 2 tries really have been from Melbourne Storm mistakes. You still have to earn it. You still have to make the play, get across the line, put the ball down, but they were presented those opportunities from Melbourne Storm mistakes. And now the Rabbitohs push the pass and spill it forward. No, it's been called backwards. Well, I disagree with that call. Hughes rushes up on Mitchell. Here's some open space, but the passing from the Rabbitohs goes behind the players. And the Rabbitohs forced to put a big kick in here. Just not executing. Xavier Coates from inside the 10. What's he got? He's wrapped up. Kean, ahoy mates. Kean says Grant Anderson got me 3 fantasy points. Only 3? That doesn't seem like a lot. I reckon Utikamanu has probably cost me points tonight in my fantasy team. Hughes bats it on for Pappenhausen. Numbers here for the Storm. 3-on-1. It's 3 on Jai Gray, and Meaney goes through. He's got support in field from Wishart. Gives it to Wishart, and Wishart will score. Game of Mel. There you go. Terran Wishart scores. And the Melbourne Storm extend their lead 22 points to 10 with the kick to come. From the halfway line, they've broken out. It was 3-on-1, and they did it perfectly. Eli Katoa wanted it. Tyron Wishart got it. That's all good for you, isn't it, Game ML? Try confirmed. 22-10. The kick to come. Charlie Ambler asks if I reckon Munster's going to score. I'm starting to think not. No, I had a theory when I put Munster in my same game multi. I had a theory that Munster would take advantage of Jai Gray. Jai Gray, having never played 5'8" at NRL level before, I felt like he might have been a defensive liability. But I can't help but notice that Jai Gray's been defending on the wing. Therefore, nothing to take advantage of. He's been attacking at 5'8", but he's been defending out on the wing. Game ML says, yes, just need Pappy and Coates to score one more each. Ah, I see. Well, therein lies the problem, right? 13 minutes to play, and you still need one each from very specific players. For that one, Grant Anderson let you down. Pappenhausen with the conversion attempt. Sneaks it in off the upright. Off the far upright and through. 24 points to 10. Bizza, Panther, ahoy mates, Melbourne Storm supporter. Reckons Latrell should have been sent off. Oh, I reckon there were mitigating factors there. Suafalongo was slipping into contact, in fairness. It was a clear slip into contact. Falongo failed his HIA, Shogun, and will not be back. Huddy says, up the Storm, who are now leading 24 points to 10 and looking very comfortable in this game as time, you would think, has escaped the Rabbitohs. The Rabbitohs, again, we come back to that. Their only 2 tries so far have been off Melbourne Storm mistakes. Melbourne Storm mistakes inside their own 10. So it looks like the hoodoo is going to continue. The South Sydney Rabbitohs, of course, 0-12 here at Amy Park. As Munster with a low flat kick that is scooped up easily by Latrell at the back. 0-12 for the South Sydney Rabbitohs here at Amy Park, and it looks like it's going to be 0-13. As Melbourne have this well under control with 12 minutes to play, 14 minutes up. Bizza says it was just like State of Origin with Walsh and Swalihi. Oh. Well, in all honesty, I didn't think that should have been a send-off either. 10 in the bin, yes. Ten in the bin, which should not have been a send-off, as Whiten takes this high ball and now gets the second kick away, but there's a whistle. There's a whistle and a call of knock on. "11 minutes to play. Oh, Latrell has cocked the boot out. Interesting call, that one. Latrell, after the kick, sort of appeared to move his boot directly into the path of Wishart and copped him on the leg. MSE says Tuss for any time. Not looking likely. I don't think Tuss has even touched the ball. I don't recall actually saying his name, to be honest. Yeah, Isaiah Tuss. Very quiet in this one. I mean, apart from kick returns. But Tukumanu, a nice big carry up over halfway. Down the short side on the fifth and last, Hughes gets a wonky old kick in behind the line, and it sits up nicely for Mitchell. And the crowd are now audibly booing Latrell Mitchell every time he touches the ball. This Amy Park crowd are filthy at Latrell tonight. And he's down in back play as well after that hit, Mitchell. You need Tuss and Falongo and one more Coates try. GameML says, Anderson, get your try. Don't think it's happening, GameML. He's had his chance. 10 minutes to play. Rabbitohs on halfway. Lewis Dodd will play it. Down the short side. They're going to run. Cut out pass from Mitchell. Puts Jai Gray in space. Gray with the kick over the top. Was he taken out? No, says the referee. Yes, says the referee. Whatever, says the referee. It was a very late call that Jai Gray's been taken out in the kick chase. And it's a penalty for the Rabbitohs. Need Munster and Storm minus 14.5. Oh, you need the Storm to score one more point. And the Melbourne Storm have challenged this penalty. It was given to the Rabbitohs for Jai Gray being taken out after the kick. And the Storm have immediately challenged this. Now, Pappenhausen has put his elbows out and taken Jai Gray out after the kick. So I don't know why they've even bothered challenging that. Charlie Ambler says Munster's going to score. Well, they do need that point, don't they? Aliyah says Will Anderson score. Oh, asks Will Anderson score. He's had his chance. Will Anderson, God, you've got me saying Will Anderson now. Grant Anderson has already bombed a dead set certain try. I honestly think that was his opportunity to be part of that multi. Pappenhausen's going to have a sit down for 10 minutes. Well, there goes your second try, GameML. Pappenhausen's been sent off. Right back. Well, GameML, you're cooked. Isn't that interesting? So the Melbourne Storm have essentially just captains challenged themselves into a sin bin because the initial call was a penalty to the Rabbitohs. Melbourne challenged it, and were it not for that challenge, Pappenhausen would not have been sent to the sin bin. 10 metres out here, the Rabbitohs. 8 minutes to play. Jai Arrow loses it. Jai Arrow spills the ball cold. And now Melbourne come away with it. Oh, the Rabbitohs. It's been a dead set shocker, really, hasn't it? How do I say this name? Teafufu 685. I gave up on Munster after the last 3 games. Yeah, fair enough. I really thought, I mean, my whole method of madness for putting Munster in tonight was that he was going up against Jai Gray. And I thought he might take advantage of the inexperience. But I couldn't help but notice they've been hiding Jai Gray out on the wing defensively. So Jai Gray's been playing 5/8 but defending on the wing. So there hasn't really been an opportunity for Munster or Hughes to take advantage of that. And with 7 minutes to play, the Storm up 24-10. Seem like they've got this well in control. Can we get some consolation points here for the Bunnies? Here's Gray. Feeds it on for Whiten. Whiten loses the ball forward as Anderson shows him the sideline and takes him across. Well, he bombed a try down the other end, Grant Anderson. I wouldn't say that he's necessarily saved one here, but he has defended well and put the threatening Jack Whiten into touch. Baulongo did also fail the HIA, Michelle. It may have only been a Cat 2, but he did fail it. So we've got to take that into account as well. I mean, we take it into account on reflection. Is what I mean. It's obviously not taken into account on the on-field decision. As the Storm now looking to force passes, Wishart picks up the scraps. 40 meters out from the line. Hughes onto Katoa. Fifth and last, 30 out. Joseph says Melbourne Storm will go on top of the ladder. As through the hands they go. Nick Meaney looks to put the fend on, but he's wrapped up. And that will be a handover with 5 to play. The Storm up by 14. They need another point. At least one. Somebody's got the Storm at 14.5. Four and a half minutes left. The Rabbitohs attacking the short side. They're loving the short side here at the back end of the game. He was probably, honestly, I'm not even taking the piss here, but honestly, he was probably saved by his headgear. That is quality advertising for headgear, I'd say. 6 more tackles for the Rabbitohs, looking for consolation points. 24-10, 4 to play. Rabbitohs ball, 30 out. Tackle 1. Here's Sullivan, dummies. Gets through Jerome Hughes, almost. Hughes holds onto his ankle. 15 away. Kepi angles back towards the tackled area, but can't get through. Plays the ball to nobody. They get there. Crash ball for Totola. A meter short. Totola slow to get up and play this. Oh, he's playing for the penalty here. Totola. He wants that penalty. Now it's going to be... He's told to come back and play it on the mark, I think. I thought the bunker interjected. A meter out on play 4. Rabbitohs, they go left for Sullivan. Out the back for Gray. Forward pass to Whiten. Hasn't been called. And Jack Whiten gets another. Jack Whiten gets the consolation try. He didn't need another one. might have been a little bit forward. I'd have to see the replay. Yeah, it was slightly forward, but at this point, doesn't really matter. We'll just, at 24 points to 10 with 3 to play, we'll just ignore the 5-meter forward pass. And Jack Whiten with the consolation try. His second of the night. Bentley Harpe with the other one. Pappenhausen got sent off for a professional foul. 10 in the bin. 10 in the bin for a professional foul, but since it was in the 71st minute, it was basically a send-off. Conversion successful from out wide. 24-16, 3 minutes to go. A try from the kickoff would make things very interesting. A try from the restart. Can you imagine? Here is the restart. You're not allowed to... Yeah, the bunker, the third official, the video referee, whatever you want to call them, is not allowed to rule on forward passes. For some reason. I don't think any of us quite understand why in the modern day with the technology that they've got, why the bunker can't rule on forward passes, but yeah, they can't. 24-16. And now the Rabbitohs spread it wide to the left. Whiten onto Gray. Gray cuts back in field. And he's taken high there. I mean, Jai Gray is only about 4 foot tall, so it's pretty easy to get him high. Penalty on the halfway line. Take the 2. Take the 2. Oh, at least have a shot. Give yourself a chance. They're not going to take a shot at 2. Putting it into the corner. They'll try and get a try in this set of 6 and then maybe snap a shot at 2-point field goal. .25 out from the line. The Rabbitohs. Here's Mitchell. Hands it off to Tass. Tass cuts back in field. Tass beats 1. He's brought down 5 out. On tackle 2, Munster. The man to bring him down. Lined up to the left. Mitchell. A loose pass into midfield. Pop back up and lost forward there by Lewis Dodd. And that will be it. Melbourne can start to enjoy their victory now. And they can wonder about the bollocking they're going to get. I was about to say the bollocking that they'll get from Craig Bellamy after the game, despite the fact that they've won. And there was a shot of a fired-up Craig Bellamy up in the coach's box. Inside the last minute of the game, back-to-back games with... Okay, so here's what happened. Triple header for Anzac Day. Game number 1, we got 3 of 4 ticks. Just missed out on the 1 leg. Game number 2, 0 ticks. Game number 3, 0 ticks. So there you go. It's been a mixed bag. Brand Tovo says Bellamy is super coach indeed. Despite the wind, he still gets on the team. And that is full time. Melbourne have won at 24 points to 16. Attempts at Amy Park for 13 losses. South Sydney just can't get it done here at this stadium. Can't get it done in this city. Melbourne Storm with the win, 24-16. DJ Shack says, are you doing a post game, Dan? I'd be happy to field a few questions. I'm pretty knackered, though. I'm not going to lie. Triple header, back to back to back. What is that? Big Mo 4? Big Mo 04. Bellamy is the super coach. Respect to Wayne, but F Ivan. I think Ivan is doing all right for himself. Some people might say that Ivan Cleary lucked out by having a super team, but in fairness, he did have a hand in building that team. So props to Ivan as well. Who plays tomorrow? Here on the Wasted Water Sports, live on YouTube, live on TikTok, live on Twitch, live on Facebook. Tomorrow, Cowboys versus Titans. Oh, that could be a good game. It depends which Titans team shows up, right? That's always the case with the Gold Coast Titans. Which Titans team is going to show up on the day? And then the Panthers versus Manly. Oh, hell yeah. All right, so we'll have both games on tomorrow. That Cowboys Titans one, though, that could be a stinker. I hope it's a good game, though. I really do. And then, what do we got? Okay. I actually might do the Highlanders Crusaders instead of the Cowboys Titans. Yeah. Tomorrow I may do Highlanders Crusaders instead of Cowboys Titans. Highlanders Crusaders and then Panthers Sea Eagles. I reckon that's our lineup for tomorrow. I think Highlanders Crusaders will be a better game than the Cowboys Titans, just personally. What is my rating for the Melbourne Storm out of 10 for that game? Oh, you'd have to give them... You can't... Well, 10's out of the question. Completely out of the question. They didn't completely suck in the second half. So we've got to give them props for that. They've improved on recent weeks where they've just completely dropped off in the second halves. I'd have to give them a very solid 6. Do we reckon that's fair? A very solid 6. DJ Shack says the Blues, their season is practically over after that loss to the Reds. Mark Talia will likely have a nervous wait with the judiciary after his dangerous throw on Tim Ryan. I'll have to suss out the replay of that and see what this dangerous throw is, for sure. Look, I still think that the Melbourne Storm are the premiership favourites. Nothing has changed my mind about that. They've done, for the most part, what they've needed to do. Yeah, they had a hiccup against the Dolphins, a big hiccup. But then maybe the Dolphins just aren't as bad as we all first thought. Melbourne Storm are still premiership favourites for mine, to be honest, especially when Harry Grant comes back. Let's not forget Harry Grant's still out. They're not full strength. There was no Will Warbrick tonight. They're not full strength. They've got substitute players in there, in amongst it. I stand by my decision, honestly, that it will be a Melbourne Storm Penrith Panthers grand final again. I said that in the preseason before a ball had even been kicked. I stand by it. It'll be a grand final rematch and Melbourne will win and like thump them in the grand final this time. I've seen nothing really other than, and even with the Panthers struggling for form, we haven't seen the Panthers full strength team yet. The closest we've seen to the Panthers at full strength in 2025 was round 1 when they beat the Sharks quite comfortably in the end. Panthers at full strength, they'll make the 8. If they get to the 8 with no injury concerns, they will beat everybody up until the grand final. Yeah, nothing has changed my mind from the preseason. Storm, Panthers, grand final rematch. It's just this year, the Storm winning it. That's my 2 cents for what it's worth. Anyway, I'm absolutely exhausted. 3 games back to back to back with no break in between. I shall take my leave, I do believe. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow for, I reckon I'm going to do Crusaders Highlanders for the Super Rugby fans, NRL fans, Panthers, Manly. Should be a good game. So, thank you very much. Starting to lose my voice. And I'll catch you tomorrow. Waste of Water Sports, live, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. Panthers, Manly tomorrow, and Highlanders, Crusaders for the Super Rugby fans. Catch you then.
Welcome to the wasted world of sports.
Wasted world of sport, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack. Ahoy! He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
They're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and 10 past last from the kickoff to the final whistles blow. We'll take the 2 and we're ready to go. We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun and the joys. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we bring out our best. No serious analysis, no expert critiques. Just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. We'll raise a roll. Sideline jokes to post-match tales. All big goofs and their big fails. We're not so serious, and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our skies. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Oh, wasted world of sports, here's to our cheer. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer.